Okay, we're all set.
Good afternoon. I would like to commence the Tuesday, March 29th, 2002 committee meeting of the Judiciary Committee. We will recess momentarily to allow for us to be ready to go, and we will then be into our schedule for the joint favorable final week. We'll stand in recess momentarily.
Hey, Steve.
One, two, one, two.
I'd like to reconvene microphones. I will remind people who are in the room to uh, put yourself on mute so we don't have the feedback. I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Judiciary Committee for Tuesday, March 29th, 2022. Any at this time, I would give my coaches no comments, ranking members no comment. All right, we're into the agenda. Roman Roman numeral number 3.
No comment, sir.
Bills for JF. We will begin with item number 1. That is Senate Bill number 163, an act protecting employee freedom and freedom of speech and conscience. This bill is
Mr. Chair, motion to approve.
motion by
I will actually second that.
okay, motion by Representative Stastrom, seconded by Senator Kissel. This is This is a bill that has been before us in multiple forms. It is sometimes referred to as the captive audience bill. It is to prohibit an employer from coercing an employee into an attending and participating in a meeting that's sponsored by the employer to provide the views of the employer on political and on religious matters. Is there discussion amongst the committee? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Uh, Over the years, this bill has had different iterations in this building and within this committee. And I have actually voted in favor of it and also in opposition to it. I know there's some folks out there that have some concerns, especially folks in different industries, hospital industry and others. And I appreciate those concerns. There may be some language that has to be changed a little bit. Nonetheless, at this time, I'm keeping an open mind regarding this because in the worst case scenario, these are behaviors that I think are very problematic, and they undermine an individual's ability to do their job in a productive and positive way. And the last thing anyone needs here in the state of Connecticut is a very unfriendly workplace environment. And I just don't support some of the most egregious stories that we had people come and testify actually take place. I'd like to believe that those are the exceptions to the rule and that we can make headway regarding elimination of these worst practices. And I reserve the right to actually vote no should this bill get raised on the floor of the Senate. But at this time, I think the dialogue is positive, and I'd like to see this bill move out of this committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. And I would like to make note that I inadvertently did not say that we were voting on the JFS language, which is LCO 4109. So I'd ask if there's a motion on the JFS language.
Mr. Chair, I would make clear that my motion was for JFS to the floor of LCO number 4109. And I'll also just note for the record, my full support for this bill with the JFS language.
Thank you, Representative Stafstrom.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kissel. And I will note that I believe Senator Kissel's comments were to apply to the correct version of the bill. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do recognize that this bill has come before this committee in various times over the last many years. I also do recognize that our prior Attorney General, Attorney General Jepsen, had opined that this language, this concept is preempted by federal law. The National Labor Relations Act precludes certain statements, coercion in the workforce. It's my understanding that the intent, the advent of this bill is to try and curtail that activity that's already addressed by federal law. That preemption case law has not changed since Attorney General Jepsen had opined accordingly. In fact, I will point out also that apparently 4 states in this country have passed similar language. In all 4 states, that language has been challenged on a preemption basis. 3 of those states, that has been a successful overturning of the language. In the 4th state, which I think was Oregon, the case was dismissed based upon a technical flaw. That's my understanding. I think we end up in the same place. I remain troubled and concerned about the language that's presently before us also. And I'll point out that in line 49, it does exempt casual conversations between employees or between an employee and an agent, representative, or designee of an employer. But it doesn't exempt the employer themselves. And many times these kinds of bills, we had this in labor also, are drafted by individuals that have never run a business. Not every business is an LLC or a corporation. There are closely held, there are trade name businesses, there are small businesses that have individuals that own them, individuals that are the employers. Unfortunately, the drafters, the support of this language, do not recognize that that is possible, because business is seen as the boogeyman here. And this language, as preempted under federal law, just another anti-business bill. I do intend to vote against it and intend to continue to oppose this very onerous language. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Just a brief comment to your point about line 49. I believe that maybe it's a difference that's not really different, but I believe that what the section is saying is that nothing in that section would prohibit those casual conversations as long as they're not mandated, just as a small point of clarification. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on line 29. It says it bans compelling employees to listen to speech that's the primary purpose of which is to communicate the employer's opinion concerning religious and political matters. Who's to determine what the primary purpose of the meeting is?
I suppose ultimately for this to be in effect, one would have to bring an action. So ultimately that would be a court.
Okay, so I'm just trying to see how this would play out in real life. So an employer says, we're all having a meeting, and they talk about manpower issues, about equipment, about whatever, and then the employer mentions something about his political or religious views, and an employee sues. So the employer has to then establish that that meeting was not for the primary purpose of communicating his political or religious views. Is that, do I read that correct?
Representative Dubitsky, I'm not sure that that's how I understand this. I understand that the employee has the burden to prove that the speech was primarily for the purpose described within the bill.
Okay, so the burden of proof is on the employee, and what would be the criteria? Would it be amount of time during the meeting, or would it be the substantive importance of the speech? How would a court determine what the primary purpose of the meeting was if there were multiple issues discussed at the meeting?
Representative Dubitsky, I believe that all of the facts that present in a particular case would be assessed, and a valuation of those facts would be in effect. I don't have, and I know you're trying to ask questions to get an answer. I'm not sure I'm going to give you a wonderful answer here, because I think it really is dependent upon the set of circumstances that present themselves at the moment. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your attempting to give me an answer. I'm just not sure how that would actually play out in real life, and I think that would encourage litigation unnecessarily. But I thank you for your responses, Mr. Chairman, and I will listen to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to go on the record as saying that I support this. I stand in staunch support of this piece of legislation. We actually do have it in labor. It's come up every year. And it is a response to a critical issue that occurs when we talk about captive audience and the things that employees are being subjected to that they shouldn't. So I think that this bill was crafted in a way that addresses that with equity. And I would ask my committee members to join me in supporting this out of committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Senator Champagne.
Thank you. I have concerns about in real life this taking place too, and ended up in court, especially on, when the main part of whatever meeting did not have a political or religious undertone to it. But why did we stop here? Why isn't this brought over to students? When students, I've had a couple of college students and even a high school student who stated that they were subjected to political and religious matters in the classroom. Why is it just pertaining to employer-employee? Why isn't it teacher-student?
Thank you, Senator Champagne. You are asking me a question I cannot give you an answer for. What I can tell you is the bill that is before us and the pieces of this bill, and it's very much reflective with some changes of the conversation we've been having for a number of years, but I can't tell you why we didn't go further. I can only talk about what's in front of us.
Okay, well, I only say that because we have, minds that are less than 25 years old, very susceptible to, pressures and influence. And, this is part of it. I mean, this is obviously an anti-business bill, but if we truly want to protect the freedoms, the freedom of speech, maybe that's something we should investigate as the Judicial Committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. And if you will, we have another session coming up, probably faster than most of us would like. If you would like to work on that, we will entertain the discussion. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to align my comments with those of Representative Porter. We heard a lot of testimony on this bill, and this has been before us in various forms for quite a while now. And we were told that the only thing that has changed over the years is that there are more stories of this happening to the very people that this legislation is intended to help. So I will be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members? Comment or question? Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My main comment on this bill is that I think the protection of freedom of speech should be allotted to all persons. And it seems to me in this bill that it is a special protection for the employers, but truly, these are voluntary work situations, and the overly broad nature of the way the bill is written will create environment of self-censorship. And that is what we protect from. We don't want a culture or a society where people have to go around self-censoring. And I really think that this bill may have great intentions, but again, it's great intentions that lead to outcomes that really are infringements on freedoms and hence unconstitutional. I mean, that's why this language was challenged in previous jurisdictions. And I think that, challenging conversations is a normal part of dialogue. And we need to move towards a society where rigorous dialogue is not, a grounds for legal action. They're words. We should be able to have conversations that are challenging to one another. And I will not be supporting this. And I don't think that we as a Judiciary Committee should be passing bills that create situations where we are infringing on freedom of speech, the freedom of the speech of the employer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. And I would just say that the employer is still free to speak. This bill deals with whether or not I must listen. And I'll also just say this. I think we all know this, given what we do for a living. Words have immense power. And when we require people to listen to our words in places where they have no other choice, then that's where the question of whether or not we should intervene comes into play. And I agree, people are on all sides of that equation, but certainly it's something that we should consider. Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Madam Administrator, if you call the roll, please.
And that was Senate Bill 163, an act protecting employee freedom of speech and conscience. And that action was a JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4109. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Can you please repeat? I'm not seeing you on the screen.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes. I know you can see
Could
me.
you please repeat?
Sure. Senator Kissel votes yes. I still
Thank
don't
you.
see myself.
I know, but
Well, it's not the mute that would do it.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
I think I'm on.
So
I think
Representative Fishbein votes no.
it's because
All right. Should I go now?
We didn't have this problem yesterday. It's on. It's on.
Go ahead, Senator Kissel. How do you care to vote?
Senator Kissel votes yes. And I still see Representative Fishbein. Oh, you see me? Then I vote yes.
Representative Fishbein, how do you care to vote?
So we're going to try this again. Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes, and I'm getting some incredible feedback in the audio. I don't know if anything can be done about it. Okay.
Yeah. For the people that are in the room, we're all getting feedback. Well, it's channeling over to you guys. We hear everybody remotely very well. It's just the people that are in the room. Representative Harding. Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser, Representative Luxembourg, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no. And just from point of order or point of reference, if everybody that's in the room leaves their mics on the computer muted, but pushes their button on their mic, that will eliminate the feedback. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Pavlik D'Amato,
Pavlik D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rubimbis,
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Representative Riley, Senator Sampson, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes. Hello?
yes, Representative Young, we did get your vote. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Representative Walker votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Walker.
Okay, I would like to make clear that we will be holding votes open until 5 p.m. Number 2 is Senate Bill number 164, an act concerning state agency compliance with probate court orders.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Kissel.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Discussion. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, we've seen this bill before. I believe it had unanimous support last year. I'm hoping this is the year to get it past the finish line and that the governor would actually sign it. Clearly, there was ample discussion at the public hearing in support of this measure and urge my colleagues to be supportive this afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Further discussion, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, knowing of no objection to item number 2, SB 164, I move that we create a consent calendar, that we move this item to that calendar. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Fishbein, seconded by Senator Kissel. Crazy things going on in this room. Seeing no objection, we will start a consent calendar. The first item of which will be Senate Bill number 164, which is item number 2 under Roman numeral 3. Moving on, we have number 3, Senate Bill number 204, an act concerning damages to a person or property caused by the negligent operation of a motor vehicle owned by a political subdivision of the state. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Discussion. Representative Blumenthal. Representative Blumenthal, are you there? One moment. Is there a comment or question on this bill? Is there a comment or question? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
And that was Senate Bill 204, an act concerning damages to person or property caused by the negligent operation of a motor vehicle owned by a political subdivision of the state. And the motion was for a JF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Stafford votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes. No, okay, Deb. I'll
Do it the other way. Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Representative Palm?
Representative Palm votes yes.
Thank you so much. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker.
Representative Sims votes in.
Go ahead, Representative Sims. I see you.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't get my camera. I'm here. Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have item number 4 under Roman numeral 3, which is Senate Bill number 361, an act concerning probate court operations. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Is there discussion on the bill? Is there discussion on the bill? Representative Blumenthal?
Apologies, Mr. Chair. This is Senate Bill 204, correct?
We are now on, no, we just voted on 204. We're now on Senate Bill number 361.
Okay, then there's no comment from me. Apologies.
Great. Representative Fishbine.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Still with you there. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Knowing of no objection to item number 4, SB 361, I move that it be moved to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Fishbine. Seeing no objection, item number 4, Senate Bill number 361 will be moved to the consent calendar. Now on to number 5 under Roman numeral 3, which is Senate Bill number 424, an act concerning real estate and the probate courts. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Stastrom. Is there discussion? Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, knowing of no objection to item number 5, SB 424, I move that it be moved to the consent calendar.
Seeing no objection, that item, SB number 424, which is number 5, will be moved to the consent calendar. Next on the agenda, number 6 under Roman numeral 3, Senate Bill number 426, an act concerning false claims and other prohibited acts. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Stastrom. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, I believe that was Representative Godfrey. Okay, so this bill before us, it expands the scope of the false claim statute that we have. There is a limitation to the false claim statute, limiting it to state administered health or human services program. This removes that limitation. Discussion. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have the utmost respect for our Attorney General, William Tong, and his staff. I think for the greatest time that we've had him leading that the Attorney General's office, we've been happy with the results, especially in working with other states on very large matters. Nonetheless, I've received lots of feedback from folks here in Connecticut regarding concern regarding the ambit of the new powers that this particular bill would give the Attorney General and his staff. I don't walk into this thinking that they would do anything untoward, but I'd like to see some parameters worked on regarding this, maybe expanding this authority within his office slowly, as opposed to what this bill does. And so at this time, with a bit of a heavy heart, because I've always enjoyed working with Attorney General Tong and his staff and Kara and all the other folks there that did a great job in the public hearing, I'm going to have to vote no to flag this bill at this time. And I'm hoping that perhaps a compromise can be worked out, but if not, I'm not quite convinced at this moment that this would be good for the people here in the state of Connecticut, given our current situation regarding the perceived business environment here within our state. And so for those reasons, I will be casting a no vote this afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Kissel. Your comments are appreciated. Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I share those concerns that Senator Kissel has put before the committee here today. You know, my concerns are graver, with all due respect. You know, we've seen the Attorney General insert his office into matters in our country that really don't affect Connecticut at all. You know, one lawsuit that I remember is there was something going on with the southern border, you know, 3,000 miles away from Connecticut, and the Attorney General saw fit to insert himself into that dispute, utilizing the resources of our Attorney General's office. Something that didn't touch Connecticut, you know, didn't affect Connecticut, meanwhile allowing certain things to happen in our state. This bill gives the Attorney General's office a broad swath of ability to go into private businesses and to say, show me your books. We've made an allegation. There's no condition precedent that it be proven, probable cause standard or applying to our courts to just demand upon a business to show certain things. It's guilty until proven innocent under this bill, as well as some other bills that we have before our committee this session. And it is not with heavy heart that I vote against this. It's with the conscience of knowing that I'm protecting and many times innocent individuals in our state from being unreasonably dealt with. So certainly there's probably something we could possibly do along these lines and, permit the Attorney General's office to apply to a court some sort of due notice or something like that, but that's not the language before us here today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I associate myself with the comments of the ranking member. This is essentially a power grab. These bills start out the same way in a variety of fields and a variety of ways. They start out with a little bit of additional power to one agency or one officer, and the next year we eliminate some of the limitations, and the next year we give blanket authority, and each time it chips away more and more of the freedom and autonomy of the people of this state. This is another bill that's like that. We started out, the statute gives the Attorney General a little bit of space to do investigations. And this bill essentially wipes out all of the limitations and gives him broad authority to go in and investigate just about any business he wants. There isn't any need for this. The Attorney General shouldn't have this type of power to demand information from virtually every business in this state. And I'm very concerned with the incremental chipping away of the freedoms and rights of the people of this state and those who own businesses. And for those reasons, I will be opposing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am actually happy to see this bill before this committee. I feel that the checks and balances provided in this bill are deemed necessary, and it's not on a flim. I mean, it actually states that, the person cannot knowingly present or cause to be presented a false or fraudulent claim for payment or approval, knowingly make, use, or cause to be made or used a false record or statement, etc. So I think the provisions in here do allow for the kind of power we're going to give the Attorney General through this piece of legislation. And I fully support and ask that the members of this committee also support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is, as legislators, and you often hear the governor, we constantly say that this is a business-friendly state. But if you look at the level of taxes, the level of regulations, and now this kind of legal oversight, we cannot say that we are a business-friendly state. The premise of this bill starts that you can't trust businesses. And if they want to engage in state contracts, they're going to be, really under this kind of scrutiny. And again, the language is overly broad. This kind of uncertainty is what business people cannot abide by. Businesses are very stressful. It's stressful to run a business, and we want competitive contracting. And yet, if you create this kind of an onerous system, how do you expect businesses to come in and engage in state contracts? I just think, again, we're very misguided in how we approach businesses. And, they're valued partners, and this is not how you treat a valued partner. So I cannot support this. And I urge our fellow members to stop passing bills that are not business friendly. Business are our friends. It's not how you treat friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Representative Stassi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just, before we conclude this, I just want to refocus us back a little bit on what this bill actually does and what it allows the Office of the Attorney General to pursue. And that is claims of taxpayer fraud and abuse. What we are empowering the Attorney General to do under this bill is no different than the power that the federal government has under the Federal False Claims Act, or frankly, the power that attorney generals in every state around Connecticut and a majority of the states in the country have, which is to protect their taxpayers, protect their state government from fraudulent and false claims for payment being presented to that government. This is a taxpayer-friendly bill. If we look just at examples of cases around us where the State False Claim Act has been used in surrounding New England and Northeast states. Attorneys generals in Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, for example, have used this power to go after a company for charging a state for N95 masks that were needed during the pandemic that were never provided, from selling defective software for a state's security cameras, for overstating bus trips to transport students, and for falsifying and certifying safety completion on major public work projects, including the Big Dig Tunnel that later collapsed in Massachusetts. Mr. Chair, I would submit this is long overdue legislation that protects our state, protects our taxpayers, and one that keeps us in line with our neighboring states, and I urge this committee to support it.
Thank you, Representative Stassi. Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just briefly, part of the problem is that, as the good representative from Greenwich stated, it's perceived as an anti-business bill. And certainly the fear is that it will be utilized, this power will be utilized in that fashion. And, I think we talked about this at the public hearing, a business that spends thousands of dollars defending their actions, because knowingly has to be proven here, is out that money. Ordinarily a claim of fraud is actionable in our civil courts. Fraud, if proven correctly, does allow the entity that is defrauded to get attorney's fees. But here, the business that has to defend, and in my scenario, successfully defends, does not recoup anything. And that's the problem. So it's guilty until proven innocent. And I certainly wrap my arms around the underlying intent. But if one is to say that if I put in a claim to the Department of Transportation claiming that I built a bridge and I got a check, and, am I to understand that that is not actionable at this point without this statute? I guess that question is asked of you, Mr. Chairman. Is there no remedy for fraud without this language against a business presently?
Representative Fishbone, I would not say there's no remedy. This is providing a different remedy for the scenario you set forth.
Well, then I think that begs the question, what is the need for the different remedy? If remedy already exists, that claim is actionable already, then why do we need this legislation?
Representative Fishbein, I think your question to a degree requires me to be in the mind of those who first sought to bring this forward, that being the Attorney General in his office. I think he sees it as a tool that could be used by the state. I can't really comment on why the Attorney General came to that conclusion, but as I said to Representative Dubinsky earlier, I'll talk to you about what's actually in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry. I thought Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time, and I associate my comments with Representative Fishbein, and only to say that the Attorney General currently in the Office of State Ethics and other state agencies already have the authority to ensure proper administration of state contracts. And again, business owners are taxpayers. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Seeing no further questions or comments, Madam Administrator, if you call the roll, please.
And that was that was Senate Bill 426, an act concerning false claims and other prohibited acts, and the motion was for IJF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Satchel votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes no.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes in the affirmative.
Representative Dillon. Representative
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubinsky.
Representative Dubinsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Khan.
Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes aye.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Madam Clerk, if I may, my apologies. Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Just a reminder, votes will be held open until 5 o'clock. Next, under Roman numeral 3, number 7, Senate Bill number 440, an act concerning the revised technical corrections to the general statutes.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Stastrom. Is there discussion? Oh, I didn't see your hand. Sorry. Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, knowing of no objection to item number 7, SB 440, I ask that it be moved to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Fishbine. Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on consent. Next will be on Roman numeral 3, item number 8, House Bill number 5210, an act concerning forgery of a written instrument indicating vaccination against COVID-19. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make.
That's JFS LCO 4116. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So move.
Moved by Representative Stasham and I believe seconded by Representative Godfrey. Correct.
Yes.
Discussion. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. You know, I've been hearing a lot in this committee and throughout the legislature over the past several years about second chance society. And here we are essentially with this proposal throwing the book at someone who forges a coronavirus identification saying that they've been vaccinated. I can understand the concern if someone placed them in direct line of perhaps contaminating someone, but to my mind, that would be something with mens rea, malice aforethought, trying to harm someone, and that probably would run afoul of a lot of assault and battery charges and things like that. I'd like to think that the coronavirus and COVID-19 is behind us, slowly getting distant in the rearview mirror. I know it's still out there and it could certainly morph into other variants, but the only reason I could see anybody trying to come up with one of these cards is perhaps for some reason they're worried about their own health and don't feel that they can get a vaccine, but they want to see a loved one that somehow is in some sort of place that's prohibited for people to go in. I just haven't heard about this from any of my constituents. I don't see a pressing need for this legislation. And again, there's so many things in this building, in this legislature, where we bend the rules or ignore the rules or totally disregard what the federal laws are. And yet with this one, for whatever reason, now we're going to double down and really throw the book at someone. So I just think it's a disconnect. And maybe I'm way off, and I'm happy to have my constituents email me and say, hey, John, why'd you vote no on that bill? But I think we've got enough things out there for those folks that are really causing harm to people's automobiles or their personal safety and their peace and contentment within their own homes. I think we have to really work on those issues and empowering our law enforcement. And I just don't think that there's a pressing need for this at this time in the state of Connecticut. And for those reasons, while I have the utmost respect for the proponents, I'm just going to be voting no at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe that we should have these vaccine passports at all. The only reason for them is to try to force people to do things that they don't want to do, force people to give up their bodily autonomy, force people to take medications that they may not need or may not or may be allergic to, or may have other side effects. What these passports are used for around the country is to force people, is to prevent people from doing things in daily life, going to places, going to restaurants, going to stores, buying food, going to public buildings. It's a dangerous road to start having these passports where if you don't take an injection of a substance that the government says you should have, then your very existence as a functioning member of society will be limited. I don't believe that we should have these passports at all. I'm certainly not advocating for forgery of any written material or any document, but I believe that voting for this bill would condone imposing the limitations that these passports and these documents represent, and I'm not willing to do that, so I'm going to be voting against it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I read this, I just don't understand and I guess I can pose as a question, the need for the additional language. It appears to me that existing language, when somebody has a, excuse me, a vaccine or COVID-19 vaccine card that they are using to get access to some event where these vaccines are required, or some other reason that they're providing this to somebody, it would appear to me that existing language would make the presentation of such to that individual who's checking them would be the intent to deceive them, and the existing language would cover it. Is there places where that's not happening?
Representative Stastrom.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think the point is that it is not clear the definition of written instrument includes a vaccine passport. So one could read this as saying it is already covered by existing law. And certainly if that's the case, then shouldn't be a need to oppose it. Should be a consentable item. But I think what we are looking to do here is make it clear that if you forge, if you falsify a vaccine passport, if you represent that you have had a vaccine when you have not, that card that is issued by the CDC counts as a written instrument under our existing forgery in the third-degree statute, which then is a B misdemeanor, so a relatively low-level offense. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Stastrom. Representative Howard.
Thank you, and I appreciate the answer. In the good chair, he sort of touched on my sort of ancillary concern to that is when we define things in statute, this specifically, and I recognize that it doesn't say written instrument only includes, but specifies that it does include among, one would assume, other things based on the way it's written. I do have a slight concern that at times the interpretation of these statutes, when it's written as this, that perhaps state's attorneys or other people who are investigating crimes or trying to determine whether we've met a certain corpus delicti, when it's this specific and we define something this way, that it could be interpreted by other people that it's to the exclusion of others, which is a bit of a concern. I don't know if the chairman wants to speak to that, or if he wants to. If not, I'll rest and probably vote against it.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Representative Stastrom.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just briefly, I do not share that concern. I think that certainly, and to be clear for legislative intent, we are not altering the common law on what also constitutes forgery in the third degree. We are simply adding or making clear, as the case may be, that altering a COVID-19 vaccination record is encompassed within that, certainly an issue our courts have not had to deal with as of yet.
Thank you, Representative Stastrom. Representative Howard.
Just to say thank you to the good chair for his answers, and I appreciate those responses. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbis.
Yes, hello. I wanted to comment on this. I find it quite ironic that more often than not, many times in this committee specifically, there's always concerns and pause whenever we're creating additional penalties that may affect the disadvantage. And as it's been said many of times, those in our inner cities. If we look at COVID-19 and vaccination status, unless it's changed, the last time I checked, there was a big push to make sure that it was available and affordable for those in the cities. I can tell you right now that the vaccine card and the requisite for it does nothing but limit the access to individuals for whether it's events or restaurants. But take away the lack of necessity of those, and let's say that those are for entertainment purposes. The other reason that vaccination cards are being requested is to actually visit loved ones in hospitals and other medical facilities, such as nursing homes. So if you don't have a vaccination card, and again, the reason that you don't have one is a variety of different, it could be for medical purposes and other certainly health risks that the person has chosen, probably with medical advice at times, not to get the vaccination, they are limited from visiting their loved ones. Now, you can also say that there's at times exceptions that you can get a proof that the individual does not have COVID. Well, let me assure you that in order to do that, then you're going to a rapid 1 hour. And that means you literally paying out of your pocket anywhere between $75 up to even close to $200 for some of those. So when we talk about the disadvantage and the people who can't afford that, and now they're being prevented from accessing and visiting loved ones who are in obviously care facilities, that is a grave concern. And here we are highlighting COVID-19. We're not highlighting any other vaccine or any other medical illness that also can have, and quite frankly, probably more devastating health effects, but COVID-19, which we know is here to stay. And unfortunately, again, it's just further limiting people's access. It has nothing to do with health. If we want to talk about science, let's talk about science. Those who have been fully vaccinated can acquire COVID-19 once again. So the health risk of going into a facility and saying, well, it's for protection of those that are there is completely incorrect, because we know that those who have been fully vaccinated can in fact be carrying COVID. We've seen it, there's cruise ships, fully vaccinated individuals on cruise ships, and now they're in quarantine on those same cruise ships. So my concern regarding this is, once again, we're highlighting one virus, and we're creating a legitimacy for a vaccine card and then a penalty for those who probably are in the desperate situation. Again, no one is condoning forgery. Nobody wants forgery. But what we're trying to do here, unfortunately, is again punish those who may find themselves inability to actually pay for a test to determine whether or not they're COVID positive in order to, in a short period of time, visit a loved one. This is absolutely inhumane at this time. So I am a vehement no, and I would hope that people would seriously consider what this is doing to those who may find themselves in those situations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say that we still are in a pandemic, and we've seen different strains of COVID-19, including the most recent strain of Omicron, which was the most highly infectious strain. And in countries where a significant portion of the population had 3 doses of the vaccine, there were lower hospitalization rates. And so in the state of Connecticut, we've lost more than 10,500 people to COVID. Across the US, more than 970,000 people. And so this legislation is not forcing anyone to get the vaccine if they so choose. It's just saying that you may not falsify documents that you have. And so for those reasons, I will be supporting the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This section, I have a question for the chairman, section 53A-142. From what I can see, it looks like it's very short. It's just about a paragraph long, and it's related to forging items of value like money. Is that decent understanding for a layman of 53A-142, Mr. Chair?
Representative Stassi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe the representative is looking at the underlying bill and not the S language before us through you.
Representative Fiorello.
Okay, that is possible. So sorry, if I'm looking at the S language, is it not related to 53A-142?
Representative Stavstrom.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, the bill amends section 53A-140.
Representative Fiorello.
Okay, I'm gonna think that my point then will still be valid nevertheless. And my point is simply that we're gonna add this paragraph to existing law. And if I remember, there's a box in my office of huge reams of paper that are the general statutes. And we're gonna add another paragraph that is going to specify COVID vaccination cards, which we don't even mandate in our state. This just is, again, another law that this body wants to pass that is not necessary. Nobody, as I associate my comments with Representative Rabimbis, nobody is condoning forgery, but this is, I don't support this added language to specify the vaccination cards for COVID-19. There will be other illnesses that come along, and is this body going to be proposing, more or fixes to this bill to address other, highly infectious but not deadly viruses? It's just another more laws to pass, and I will be a no, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to express some of my concerns with this bill. At a time when the COVID numbers are dropping rapidly, hospitalizations are dropping rapidly, proof that if you're vaccinated or not vaccinated, you still have the ability to spread this. At this point, mandates are being dropped. And there's also a lot of, there's information out there, especially by the Israeli studies, that natural immunity is far greater protection against this virus than the vaccines. So I just think this is we're a little late to the game with this. It's not needed, and it's going to it's almost like a haves and have-nots. If you don't get your vaccination, you're not going to be allowed to certain places, perhaps, even though you still could spread the illness the same way as a non-vaccinated person. None of it makes any sense to me. And if we already have a statute that makes it a crime for forgery, let's leave it be. I just don't think it's necessary. But I appreciate your time to allow me to comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been listening to this, and my question is, I'm reading it includes forgery or any paper or electronic vaccination card or record indicating the date on which a person received the vaccination against COVID-19. Prior to this, are there any penalties for any other vaccination? I mean, like forgery, if you're forging immunizations for your child, like the kind of vaccinations that we're used to pre-COVID. Where does the law stand on that?
Representative Stastrom.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, we have various degrees of forgery. If you present a falsified medical record to your child's school, for example, then yes, then that would qualify as falsifying a written instrument. Through you.
Representative Porter.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear on his response. So we currently have this same law on the books if it's a vaccination or immunization record for a child entering school. Is that correct?
If I might, Representative Porter, I think what Representative Stastrom was representing to you is that the records that you would normally think of as medical records that might be presented that we would normally think of as things that could be falsified. I think we have had them around long enough, and understand them well enough that we feel as though they would be represented under the current law. This is seeking so that you have things such as the newer vaccination cards that people get when they get vaccinated, that they would be clearly represented in the law. As the conversation has taken place, it may be the case that the current law was sufficient, but it's not necessarily the case, if that is helpful to you, Representative Porter. I was about to say.
I am definitely on the fence with this. Because we're specifying COVID-19 when we have vaccines for other things outside of COVID that would stipulate the same kind of response. And I'll continue to listen to the debate, but I am certainly undecided on how I'm voting on this bill right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention that I think this is really discriminatory. Like Ms. Porter had said, we already have documentation for vaccines in terms of charts at the doctor's office. We're not walking around with that type of information on us. I don't understand why we would need this specifically for COVID. It just makes no sense to me at all. I'm a definite no on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Veach. Senator Champagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. COVID-19, as some people in favor of this have already stated, may increase hospitalizations, but this is against just the individual. I see this as basically the COVID card, is not many adults have to walk around and prove that they have vaccinations to anybody. And when you have to walk around and show your papers to get into anything, especially to see your loved ones inside a nursing home, hospital, when those that are fully vaccinated can carry it, can catch it multiple times. The only difference between a vaccinated and unvaccinated person is that the unvaccinated person can end up in the hospital and die more often, because fully vaccinated end up in the hospital and die as well. But we are at the end of this, and this is going to be a dark time in our history. Yet here we are, basically wanting to turn it into a law that says, you can't forge these vaccination cards to get in to certain locations. It's like, show me your papers if you want to come in here. We live in America. We're a free country. And I'm going to vote against this simply because of that. And I understand it's forgery against a COVID-19 card, but this is specifically aimed at COVID-19, those identification cards that stop people from getting in and carrying on their lives. So that's why I'm voting no against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. And I'll just say this. I think people are completely within their own free will to vote how they want. This bill, just for clarity, doesn't require that one carry a card. At a place where a card may be required, or as a part of the job or something like that, where you would already have the card, you aren't allowed to falsify it. This would be seeking to clarify under law that you can't do that. It would not put into law that you have to carry the card. And I think that some of the, maybe this is not intentional, but some of the conversation, it seemed to suggest that that would be the case. And I don't want anyone listening to think that at least what's in front of us would be creating the mandate that the card itself be carried. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think Representative Porter was along the right line here, in that we need to look at how other vaccines are dealt with here. Certainly, let's take the measles vaccine, which, there are children out there that have exemptions that, the state does recognize with regard to that. If a restaurant chose, I guess they could, to say that no one enters our facility unless they've been vaccinated from measles, they could do that. And if one appeared at the door with a record that says, yes, my child, all my family's been vaccinated by measles, but yet it wasn't true, that's presently actionable. So here we're treating the COVID-19 vaccine different from other vaccines. And I think the underlying situation going on here is we're legitimatizing that notion of having a COVID-19 passport in state statute. And, that's a troubling aspect. So, certainly I don't think any member of this committee is in favor of anybody forging or fraudulently doing anything. But it's the pulling this out in particular, which is troublesome. So I do also intend to vote no, along with my colleagues and perhaps some of my colleagues across the aisle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbone. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
We are on HB 5210, an act concerning forgery of a written document indicating vaccination against COVID-19. And the action is a JFS post substitute LCO number 4116. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stastrom.
Representative Stastrom votes yes.
Please repeat. I didn't see the wide shot.
Representative Stastrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Senator Kissel votes no.
Representative
Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon. Representative
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the negative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes no to segregation discrimination, which is this proposal.
Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Beach votes no.
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Madam Administrator,
yes, Senator Lesser. How do you
Senator
vote?
Lesser votes aye.
Thank you.
All right, next under Roman numeral 3, we will have item number 9, House Bill number 5211, an act concerning the application of the Freedom of Information Act to certain cemetery associations.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Kissel. Seconded by Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion? Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that this bill was intended to undo a recent court decision. Could the proponent please explain the intent of the legislation?
Representative Fishbein.
The bill would not undo. I don't know that the bill would undo anything based upon the current facts. The Freedom of Information Commission had expressed during a hearing a need for a fix. In fact, they have submitted testimony in favor of what's before us. And it is not directed to any particular entity. I know that I believe in Bridgeport, there was a cemetery association that had some significant issues that similar as in that underlying case. So that's the best I can answer that question.
So I apologize, the representative's answers were a little bit garbled on my connection, and I apologize. But does this, through you, Mr. Chair, does this undo a recent court decision, or I understand that the FOI Commission testified in support of it, but is it intended to countermand a court decision?
Representative Fishbein.
The language as submitted applies to all cemetery associations across this state. Could it apply to a particular decision that I was involved with? I suppose, given should certain things happen in the future, but it is not expressly addressed to any particular case that I have been involved with, as the language applies to all cemetery associations. And as I did mention, I know of issues with a cemetery, I believe it was in Bridgeport, that's also a cemetery association that it would apply to as well. And I had no involvement in that case. I read about it in the newspaper.
Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I obviously don't know the situation of every cemetery association in the state. I am familiar with the Center Street Cemetery in Wallingford because I've got family members who are buried there. And, what I am concerned about is that the impact of this bill could, in fact, force the volunteer association that has been safeguarding the cemetery into insolvency, which would put, the final resting place of my family in jeopardy and cause some uncertainty there. But if the representative makes the case that this is not unique to Wallingford, but is addressing a statewide issue, I guess that provides some solace. I guess I'm not sure why we're doing this, however, and maybe some clarity could be helpful for me.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So any claim of insolvency. I don't know where that would come from, with particular to the cemetery that the senator has spoken of. Their entire budget is paid for by the taxpayers. So as far as insolvency, I don't know where that would come from. That particular cemetery is owned by the taxpayers. The entirety of the cemetery, it's 300 years old, and their budget is approximately $100,000 a year. So I don't know why anyone would oppose the utilization of tax dollars for town-owned property, coming under the transparency, the openness and transparency of the Freedom of Information Act. But, that's with particularization to that particular cemetery, which, happens to fall within my town. I don't know the Bridgeport situation as extensively, nor the other cemetery associations. I believe there's one in Bristol that I had read about. I believe there's one in Middletown also, that also may fall within the confines of this language, because the condition precedent in the language is that they utilize public funds. So, certainly a cemetery association that does not utilize public funds would not fall within the purview of this language. And I think that answers the question, if I may.
But I guess through you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, if this is a volunteer cemetery association, operating with municipal funds granted, a high volume of FOI requests, perhaps from a vexatious litigant, or could very easily overwhelm the very limited resources of the association. And, I'm not familiar with all of the, potential circumstances in every town in the state, and there may be an overriding need for this legislation. But insofar as it applies to the Center Street Cemetery in Wallingford, what I'm hearing from folks on the ground is that that this might jeopardize the association's ability to continue to operate. And if that's the case, I'm not sure what would happen. I don't know what I would have to refer to the maybe the gentleman could refresh my memory about the abandoned cemetery statutes. But would that then become a municipal, a fully municipal responsibility? Is that what you're suggesting?
Representative Fishbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe under the law presently, it is a fully municipal responsibility presently. So because the town owns the property, the town has owned and run the cemetery for 300 years now, and one cannot just abandon a cemetery, especially one that's owned by the government. That's the extent of my knowledge with regard to that. So, thank you.
But if a high volume of FOI requests or other issues pending were to jeopardize the ability of a volunteer association to continue to administer a cemetery, what would happen in the case of the Center Street Cemetery in Wallingford? Would they? I don't know if Wallingford has a Department of Public Works, but is it suggesting that they would then assume responsibility for the upkeep and maintenance of the cemetery? And I don't know what contingency plans have been made in that case. I'm not disinterested. As I mentioned, I've got family members buried in that cemetery, and I'm trying to figure out what assurances can be made to make sure that would not result in a loss of upkeep or care for the cemetery.
Representative Fishbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, my knowledge of the Freedom of Information laws and the procedure, that if one is inundated, should that ever happen, with FOI requests that one can make a request to the Freedom of Information Commission to cease and desist those requests. I have no knowledge with regard to this entity that we have been discussing that there has been any such claims or nor threat of any such claims. I can tell you that in the particular case that I handled regarding this particular cemetery association, the request was for one set of minutes for one particular agenda. So, the claim that one can be inundated, I guess, can always be made, but there's no evidence that that would ever happen. And the Freedom of Information Commission is there to protect, to act as a shield. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Lesser?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to appreciate the committee's indulgence, and I want to express my gratitude to the proponent through you for his answers. I have some concerns about this bill. I want to understand more about how, it certainly seems, I appreciate the good gentleman's comments that it's aimed at all municipally funded cemetery associations in the state, but it does seem to be principally focused on one specific set of facts around one cemetery in Wallingford, about which there was a court decision. But just because I have a lot of concerns about how it'll affect the Center Street Cemetery in Wallingford specifically, and then about potential unintended consequences, I'm going to be flagging this bill with a no vote this afternoon. I'm willing to continue the dialogue with a representative offline, and if my concerns are addressed, it's possible that I'll support the bill on the floor going forward. But with some concerns today, I'll be flagging this with a no vote.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have concerns also about this bill. I think it has troublesome origins. And if the intent is to define more clearly what a public agency is in the FOI hearings, my understanding is that the cemetery was not deemed a public agency, but be that as it may, nonprofits, sports leagues, land trusts, we have a lot of volunteer bodies in this state, and the members do wonderful work. I read the testimony in this particular bill, and I found it troubling because we've seen a rise in harassment against those who volunteer for municipal civic-minded bodies. We have Board of Ed members being escorted to their cars by police. And it's my understanding that this grew out of a dispute in which some local historians and some civic-minded volunteers were, they considered themselves to be harassed. I can't say that whether that's true or not. That is certainly what was in their testimony. I think if the intent of this bill is to more clearly define a public agency subject to FOI, and I believe they should be, especially if they get taxpayer money, then we need to do a better job scooping in many, many more entities besides this or any other cemetery association. So I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Paul. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of the same things that my colleagues prior to me have mentioned have come to my attention as well around some of the things in this bill that don't sit well, aren't quite clear. So I'm going to line myself with being a no vote on this to flag it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I support this bill. Taxpayer dollars are involved, and I think taxpayers or consumers of whatever the product is through whatever agency deserve to know what's going on with their money. Very simple. It's a very simple statement. And I have never bought into this, oh, we can't allow people to look at stuff because people might want to look at stuff argument. It doesn't work for me. The idea of vexatious requests, we dealt with a few years back. The FOIC, the Freedom of Information Commission, can deny complaints that it seems to be vexation, and I've been the subject of more than one. I appreciate that and I always comply. I appreciate FOIC's interest in balancing the public interest with private interests. But this goes a long way. I'm just really happy to see we're expanding FOIA and not contracting it as we have too many times, in my humble opinion, in the last few years. It's important for people to know where their money's going, who's spending it, why it's being spent in the way it is, how it's being spent. And I certainly urge all my colleagues to support this and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few concerns about this bill when I've heard about what's been going on in the cemetery in Senator Lester's district, that there seems to have been a court case, and then subsequent to that, the volunteers on the cemetery board are making allegations of harassment. I think that at this point, I'm not able to support this bill, but I'd like some more information as to what's been going on. If this is a one-time issue with a one cemetery, or if this is a statewide issue that we do need to address. Again, I don't want to make a law for a one-time issue if we're trying to undo a court case where someone is not happy with the result of the court. And at this time, I would need more information to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting no on this item. I can't tell from the language how many cemeteries are affected and how delicate any of the information might be. Ordinarily, out of deference to the ranking member, I wouldn't look behind it, but I'm troubled by the language. I've been involved, sadly, in a number of controversies about cemeteries in New Haven and around the state, and not personally, but asked to advocate one thing or another. And I don't know what other people could be harmed, or I really don't know what could be stirred up by the way that this bill is written. And for that reason, I'm respectfully voting no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I share the same sentiments made by my colleagues here today. I'm a bit on the fence with this legislation, as it's not as clear and defined. So I'll be voting no as well, just to flag it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Comment or question from other members, comment or question? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll. Sorry. Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was a little late in my trigger. I was going to just echo what some of my colleagues have said, and I'm just going to be a no as well. I think this is, look, every nonprofit benefits from public funds. And then where are we going to start? And where are we going to end? This is a very slippery slope, and this is the first step towards a police kind of a state mindset to get information on every organization that's out there. So I feel this is not a safe way to approach, and I'm going to be a no as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Madam Administrator, now if you please call a roll.
We are on HB 561, an act concerning the application of the Freedom of Information Act to certain cemetery associations, and the motion was for JF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stastrom.
Representative Stastrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Could you please repeat, Senator Kissel? Using your mic.
I did.
turned everything on, I thought. Senator Kissel votes aye. Yes, I vote yes. All right, I'm voting yes, affirmative, aye, positive.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no, once only.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes no.
Representative Curry, Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes in the negative.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fox, Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Representative Godfrey,
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding, Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes no.
Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes no.
Representative Luxembourg, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes no.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato,
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the negative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley,
Representative Riley votes no.
Senator Sampson, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, under Roman numeral 3, we'll move on to item number 10. House Bill number 5349. It's a JFS LCL 4090. It is an act concerning the timely. What? Oh, sorry. It is. I am corrected. It is LCL 4134. It is an act concerning the timely reporting by police of a death. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Stastrom, seconded by Representative Fishbein. Is there a comment? Representative Stastrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this, as I've said before and said at the public hearing, this is a bill I wish we did not have to have before us, but unfortunately we do. This arises out of not just two situations in my home city of Bridgeport, but as we heard at the public hearing, situations around the state where not always, but on certain occasions, a family was left wondering what happened to their loved one when a loved one
had turned up dead and was discovered by police. This bill very simply requires that police departments notify next of kin within 24 hours of discovering someone deceased, and allows some recourse for what we hope is the very few instances where the police department fails to do that and fails to document the reasons why they have not. I want to take this opportunity certainly to thank all those who came forward on this bill at the public hearing, shared their stories, and I hope we can provide some solace and some groundwork and framework coming out of a couple of tragic events throughout our state by passage of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Stafford. Is there a comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Representative Howard.
Sorry, too many buttons. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. You know, I've investigated a lot of deaths in my career. There's a lot of things going on when you're investigating a death. You know, whether or not it's a crime. You know, trying to determine whether or not it's a crime, trying to identify witnesses, trying to manage personnel, medical examiner's office. There are a lot of moving parts that are put on the backs of an investigating officer. And let's not forget that these investigating officers are people too, and they're dealing with the death of another person, which, you know, in quite frankly, police officers become accustomed to those stressful situations and the mental toll that it takes on them. That said, you know, I always hesitate when we add additional stress or responsibility onto an officer. But I will say that I think, you know, in my 20 years, that the responsibility to notify next of kin in a timely manner has always been there, or should have always been there. So I support the underlying intent of this. I think that this bill works to outline how I feel like police work should be being done today and should have been being done prior to this bill being drafted. So I will support the bill today. I want to thank the leadership of this committee for the collaborative effort in getting it to a place that's reasonable based on experience. And as I will support it, I do just want to sort of state for the record that I feel like going all the way to the Inspector General is, you know, considering what the Inspector General's office currently does, is a lot, but recognizing the difficulties otherwise, and recognizing, as the good chairman said, likeliness of a very small number of these coming forward. I'm happy to support the bill today, but I want to make those statements for the record. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. I don't know how I keep missing your hand. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, you know, I like to associate myself with the remarks of the good House Chair. You know, it's unfortunate that we have to do something here, but obviously, you know, nature and the winds of change have necessitated something here. I do want to, you know, thank the other leaders on this committee for, you know, working through at least one of the concerns that was brought up at the public hearing about, you know, many kin and notifying somebody. You know, I understand the intent is just to let somebody in the family know, and I know we were able to work on that language. You know, I'm hoping that we're able to work a little further. One of my concerns in section 1 has to do with who has the duty to actually make this connection. You know, if a case is transferred to another officer, let's say, you know, which officer should have made that? You know, I think maybe it would make sense to have the chief, you know, the highest elected official for that particular department, you know, a sworn officer, make them responsible. Because certainly, you know, if there's a death, you know, I think myself as a family member, I would want the chief to reach out to me to let me know, or his designee, something to that effect. so that we know exactly who is going to be held responsible under this language. So I am going to support it in committee. I do thank you once again for working together in this language. That situation came up at the very last minute. So no fault of yours, please. So I just wanted to make that known for the purposes of today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My main comment on this bill is to say that I am not supporting it, mostly because I understand that this is, I understand the desire to constantly ensure that people who are given such power to protect us exercise it with great restraint. However, this body has shown constantly a really irregular ability to micromanage the work of police, which is a profession unto itself. We have already told them that they must be, either approved by CALEA or post. I know that that is in dispute, but we are asking for a level of high professionalism from them, and many times they exhibit it. And I'm not supporting this bill because I think we ourselves as lawmakers also have to exercise restraint and let some of the regulations that we have put out on police accountability to work their way through. And so for those reasons, I have great faith that our police officers do wonderful work. In any profession, there are those who mar the reputations of the group. But overall, I think we can all agree that our police force in Connecticut deserve to have some faith from all of us in the lawmaking sector. And for that reason, I will not be supporting 5349. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. I will make short comment here. I've been engaged in doing a lot of work around policing in the state of Connecticut for an extremely long time, longer than I've been in the legislature. And I would say that despite what some people may think, I do have faith that the majority of the police in the state are doing the job that they're supposed to do. Having said that, I think that at the moment when a loved one is lost, that is a very important moment. It's a very emotional moment. And a life is changed forever, as we know. We saw the family members around the situation in Bridgeport come before this committee. We know the impact that it still has on them and will have for the rest of their lives, and the impact that it had on members of the committee. And I will tell you that in my experience, while that got national attention and therefore the attention of the people in this state, that is not the only time that that has happened in this state. And so for me, this is not about the type of efforts we've had around police accountability before. This is around making sure that the citizens of the state, and I will say this, the instances where I've seen this have been of particular communities, and I will leave that there. But this is about making sure that people are made aware that a loved one has passed on when that knowledge exists. That's what this is about. And so I will be voting in the affirmative, and I will ask the members of this committee, and I don't do this on every bill, but I will ask the members of this committee to consider voting in the affirmative. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
And we are on HB 5349, an act concerning the timely reporting by the police of a death. The motion is a JFF substitute LCO number 414. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stasher.
Representative Stasher votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kitzel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry, Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Davidsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorella votes no.
Representative Fox, Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding, Senator Haskell, Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato,
Number? What is the bill number?
we are on 5349.
Oh, 5349. Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative
Based on a little bit what we've
Riley,
seen. So, and this
Sampson, Representative Sims,
has
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Riley votes in the affirmative. Deb, I can't hear you that well at all.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you, Deb, sorry.
okay, I'm sorry, let me go move closer here to the mic. Representative Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
thank you. Representative Veach, Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Dillon, how do you care to vote?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, under Roman numeral 3, we will have item number 11, House Bill number 5372. It's a JFS. Number 4092. It's an act permitting clinical social workers to conduct periodic behavioral health assessments of police officers and promoting the increased use of clinical social workers by law enforcement units. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Stafford, seconded by Representative Fishbein. Discussion. Representative Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the JFS language, just to clarify before us, does keep section 1 of the underlying bill, which, as mentioned, allows clinical social workers to perform periodic behavioral mental health assessments. Section 2 of the underlying bill, which there was, I believe, some negative testimony about in committee, has been stricken from the bill. The JFS language adds several provisions of what was the recommendations from the Police Accountability Task Force, including those provisions relating to expanding diversity guidelines and reporting of use of force incidents. And also, as I believe was referenced before, This language also adds in the ability for accreditation of police departments to be done by post in addition to by CALEA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, during caucus, there was some indication of some opposition to this bill. And I was given assurances that there would be a re-review, and I'm gonna float the idea of maybe putting this item on a consent calendar. Is there any, well, I'm gonna float the idea and then I'll turn it over to the chairman to do his job. I'll move the item. I didn't even want to go that far without, I don't know if I'm treading on somebody's, but
Well,
I will move the item to the consent calendar.
there is a motion on the floor. Is there, seconded by Representative Staffstrom? Is there objection to the motion? Is there objection to the motion? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar as well. We will move to number 12 under item number 12 under Roman numeral 3, House Bill number 5390. This is an act repealing statutory provisions that impose liability on an individual for repayment of costs incurred when the individual was incarcerated. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Stastrom. Is there a second?
Second.
I think I heard Representative Porter, seeing that she's shaking her head. Seconded by Representative Porter. Discussion, Representative Fishbein.
You're on mute, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have to admit that I think in my time in the legislature, I've come to have a different understanding of what the advocates are looking for here. Certainly being an individual who has family members that, one's incarcerated for 20 years, another one just got out after 12. I certainly can share the concerns, but on the other hand, I'm looking at, does it make sense to get rid of this concept all told? I think that we can have discussions along this line. I'm hoping that we can have some productive discussions. I do intend to vote no today because it abolishes the lien. But certainly somebody who gets incarcerated, let's say they have $1 million in the bank, they're it's a white collar crime, that kind of stuff. Not that we want to treat different people differently, but I think we can have discussions about when is a lien collectible, against what, that kind of stuff that meets the intention of the advocates here. Because certainly I am very much in favor of people that have been incarcerated being able to lead productive lives. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm also going to vote no, but I had a really good conversation with the professor from Yale prior to the public hearing, and I tried to listen very intently at the public hearing as well. I think there's a lot of things that we could do better regarding this particular initiative, this program that's been around for a number of years. I think that at the point where an individual is released from the Department of Corrections, they should be made aware at least what the expectation is. So how much is the lien and what's the parameters for repayment? And I think that probably could be done administratively. I don't think that we need to pass a law to get that done. That's one. Number two, it's my understanding that what we charge is upwards of $200 a day for the cost of incarceration. Some folks may think that's too low. Some folks may think that's too high. I don't know what the exact right number is, but It's my understanding after investigating this issue that it's the highest in the nation. We probably don't want to be the highest in the nation when it comes to this, so that maybe some sort of a happy medium could be developed. Although for those that feel that whatever the exact dollar amount per day should be, in other words, should it equal exactly what it costs the taxpayers of Connecticut, maybe that's appropriate. Uh, but again, that's an issue to look at. Also, what actual assets can be uh, attached or gone after. And it's my understanding that if you're in a car accident, that they would look to the settlement proceeds, or if there's a trial before a judge or jury, whatever the verdict proceeds are. But it's always been my understanding, and I'm happy to have anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but back when I was in law school many, many decades ago, that was the proceeds from a negligence accident were determined to make you whole. In other words, there was a loss, the compensation's to make you whole. There's no punitive element, at least on a straight up negligence action, whether it's settled or goes to verdict. So there's no gain for tax purposes. And therefore, I don't think there should be gain for lien purposes. So I think that as opposed to buying a lottery ticket and you hit the lottery, that's a different matter. So, I think that there's grounds here to have discussion as to what characteristics each asset has. Some people might say that doesn't matter. It could be any pot of gold. It's all appropriate. So I think there's plenty of room here to maybe make it a more effective program. I think it's worthwhile to try to make sure that there is some compensation, if for no other reason than managing money and knowing that there are some debts that you incur that you have to pay back over time. That's sort of where I'm starting off. And also, we hear about dollar amounts, and when you want to sort of slough something off and say not a big deal, you make it a percentage of the overall budget, right? And so this is like 0.01%, but it actually raises about $6 million a year. And so for us to just move forward with this legislation and toss this program away, that's going to create a hole of $6 million. And there's programs out there that are going begging for less than that are saying to us, hey, either the federal government's cutting back or the revenues have gone down, or people are struggling out in our communities that have not committed any crimes. And yet, the waiting list for folks with special needs to get housing and things like that, we don't have enough money to fully fund. And so I think people should be mindful that if you do move forward with this, for whatever reasons, and certainly I understand the advocates and the proponents of this legislation, it is going to create a $6 million hole, and that's got to be made up somewhere. Something's going to either fall by the wayside or you have to find another stream of revenue. And I think that that's an important point to be made at this point in time. So I see both sides to this issue. But at this point in time, I can't support the legislation as it's written. And I also think that the program has some beneficial aspects to it. And so I'm not willing to throw away the baby with the bathwater. And for those reasons, Chairman Winfield, I will be voting no at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kissel and Representative Fishbein raised some very good points, and I echo many of their concerns. When it comes to rehabilitating people who are getting out of spending time in incarceration and have them hit with this bill that was unexpected, I've seen the effects firsthand, how debilitating that can be and how demoralizing, and basically cuts them off at the knees when they're trying to get back on their feet. I also spoke to Professor Carroll from Yale at length. I think there should be, these people paid their debt to society by being incarcerated, but there was also a cost incurred with that. I have concerns with this. I'm debating in my own head how to vote on this because like I mentioned, I saw firsthand how it affects people. but I also have concerns for the fiscal hole it will leave in the state. I've had multiple conversations with Department of Administrative Services about how this is administered. If someone has a large bank account and they're incarcerated, do they go backwards and grab some money to pay for this? Or is it only a windfall for people like a lottery or, as Senator Kissel said, an accident settlement, which isn't fair to me. There's way too many unanswered questions right now. But I think that this bill makes some very good points and has some validity. So those are just the comments I want to put on the record, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, this is a very important discussion, and I'm glad to be hearing my colleagues talking about it, and they raised some interesting issues. From my standpoint, I think what we as a legislature need to do most is try to make sure that when people get out of prison, they don't wind up back in prison and they don't commit more crimes. That, I think, is the overriding goal of the criminal justice system. When somebody gets out, that they can start a productive life again. They can rejoin society in a way that does not put them back into the system. I think back when, on my own student loans and how many years I agonized trying to get those things paid off. And I was not burdened with having a record and having jobs closed off to me because of my record. I can only imagine that if I had people telling me that they wouldn't hire me, how would I get those student loans paid off? And for somebody who's been incarcerated for years to get out of prison and want to start a new life and want to be able to get a job and make a living and perhaps start a family, start to build wealth, start to really re-enter society as a productive citizen, to be saddled with tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt that they aren't likely to ever be able to pay off does not seem like, to me, as the legislature doing its job of creating a system where these individuals can get back into society. I know there's a $6 million hole that we'll have to fill. Okay. The state pisses away $6 million in a good afternoon. We spend lots of money on lots of things that are intended to provide services to people who get out of prison. My guess, and it's only a guess, is that we spend a lot more than $6 million on those type of services. Well, if we let these people get back into society and earn their own living, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have to spend a lot of that money. So, I can't think of a better way to help those who are released from incarceration get back into society than to unburden them from financial debts that they aren't likely ever to be able to repay with any type of employment that they're likely to get in the immediate aftermath of being incarcerated for a long period of time. So I know it's $6 million, but I really think that the state will make that money back in very short order by not having to provide the services to help people get by and to, because this will allow them to get by on their own. So I'll be supporting this bill today. I know there'll probably be some changes along the way, but that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we discuss and debate in this committee and certainly, in our respective chambers, the criminal justice system at length at times. And, it's not a perfect system, but it's a system that works, and it works in this society because we, as a legislature, try to strive for balance, and we balance the need for public safety against, the opportunity to rehabilitate some of our offenders. And part of our system requires that folks at times be incarcerated for a number of reasons, for a matter of public safety, as a matter of a deterrent for others, and as an effort to rehabilitate that individual. And once they do their time, they come out, and oftentimes they are saddled with a criminal history, which I think they need to be saddled with. I think that's good public policy. I think that somebody's history and the things that they've done, the acts that they've done, should be relevant to anybody who wants to hire them or interact with them in any way, whether it be around children, in a place of employment, a volunteer capacity, et cetera. I think that, we've already saddled some of these offenders after they've served their sentence with the criminal histories that are necessary. But I also think that, and I know from my experience, that financial security and somebody's financial status will have significant indicator on whether or not they actually rehabilitate or reoffend. And for that reason, I think that part of our system, the incarceration and the cost of that is, frankly, in our society, in our system, the cost of doing business. And to saddle somebody with that coming out sets them in a position that I can imagine that sometimes would be a feeling of helplessness. And I'm never going to get past this, and I'm never going to dig out of this. And for that reason, in the interest of striking that balance in our criminal justice system and public policy, public safety, and rehabilitation of offenders, I think the right decision today is to vote yes and do away with this policy and give those folks an opportunity to enter back into society as upstanding members and contributing members. So I'll support this today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When folks leave prison, they can leave with hundreds of thousands of dollars of liens on them. And these aren't just the daily rate that some folks talked about, but also medical bills. And when you're in prison, you don't get to shop for your medical care. You don't get to say whether or not you're going to get the generic prescription or who you're going to see or, price match anything. So folks are stuck with these bills mounting and rising with no control over what they are due to the situation that they're in. And when they get out, as an attorney, I've seen the bills, I've seen the hundreds of thousands of dollars of liens. And since it has been the law, I've certainly complied and paid it back at the 50% net of someone's recovery. But you're robbing that former inmate who's paid their time of getting reimbursed for things like medical bills that they've incurred on the subsequent accident, of getting reimbursed for things like lost wages that they've incurred in a subsequent accident. You're robbing that person of their rights in litigation. So I think this bill has certainly come due a long time ago, and I appreciate people bringing it to us now. And I hope that folks do support it to allow people to move on from what they've been through, allow them to move on from the time that they've served, and to be able to get access to the legal system just like everyone else in Connecticut, and be able to keep the money that they are entitled to. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. It's an interesting concept, but it's basically money that comes from windfalls that those that left prison. Isn't that correct? It's not the weekly wage.
Representative Stasher.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would not use the word windfall. I think, as we have heard, oftentimes what we're talking about is money that is paid to someone to make them whole after an accident, to allow them to pay for medical bills from their accident, to be able to buy a new car, to be able to get to work, to be able to get on with their lives. We're also talking about situations where maybe someone's parent died and they left them some amount of money that could then be used to get their family ahead a little bit and maybe put kids into a better school. I certainly would not use the word windfall through you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Champagne.
Okay, so it's basically not the weekly wage that they make. That's kind of the direction I was looking at that. But, you know, when somebody goes out and commits a crime and they somehow end up in jail, which is normally not off the first crime, the taxpayer has to pay that. And not only the taxpayer, but the victim of this person's crime has to pay it. And they should have a responsibility for taking care of, you know, basically what they've done. It was their choice to break the law. And again, it's difficult to go to jail in the state of Connecticut unless you do something very serious or you've done it over and over and over again. Being a police officer for 22 years, I've seen this. I stopped reading my case reports simply because, or not my case reports, what happens in court, because the court just nollies so many cases that comes before it. And when I left, I've repeated this before, we have people that have 85 arrests under their belt. So when I look at this and us just saying, oh, you know what, we're just not going to charge them anything. This should be, you know, some sort of graduated system where, you know what, if you stay out of jail for 10 years, then we can say, hey, okay, let's look at it like that. Or, you know, you've repaid your debt to society in other ways, but just basically saying, yeah, you don't have to pay anything back. The taxpayer is going to pay it all for you. It just, you know, everything else we've done, you know, that's my concern. I mean, we talk about, you know, well, if they get into a car accident and stuff, well, what about the victim of their crime, you know, who's suffering from injuries received that they could have received from this person? What about the victims? And I always say that. What about the victims in everything? And we keep referring to the prisoners as victims. It was their choice to commit the crime. So I would love to do something, but to say they just don't have to pay anything back, you know, I think that goes too far. Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to add my thoughts to this conversation. And I think that, you know, they are in fact paying with the loss of freedom and all the things that they are subjected to when imprisoned. And frankly, you can't put a price on that. I don't believe, you know, if it wasn't a life sentence going in, I say this all the time, it shouldn't be a life sentence coming out. And as, you know, the good chair from the House stated, these are opportunities to build generational wealth in families and in communities where that has not been an option by design. And I don't think that we should deny people an inheritance. They paid their price. We, you know, take people to court, we put them on trial. Some of them plea out, most of them plea out, but they end up doing their time. And that is what is required when you're sentenced. And if we're going to talk about, and I don't even like calling it a second chance, because frankly, you have many people who haven't been given a first chance. If they're going to come home and be viable and productive in our society, if they're going to be able to come home and get jobs and homes and places to live and have the opportunity, the capacity and the stability to care for their families, I don't think that we should be pulling the carpet from under them. And quite frankly, when I found out about this, I thought it was, I just couldn't believe it, because to me, it's double jeopardy. It's like getting charged twice for the same crime. You do your time, then you come home, and no matter how well you do, because many of the people that came before us and testified have been home for decades with no infractions with the law, have been very productive and continue to be productive citizens of society, reaching back and lifting as they climb, coming home with lessons learned and trying to curtail future generations from taking the same path that they've taken. I don't think that it's fair. I think that it's long overdue. And it certainly isn't hard to go to prison where I come from. So I think with the disproportionate impact and the scales of justice not being equal, I think this is one way that we as a legislature and lawmakers can help to level this playing field. which I stated earlier is long overdue. So I will be a staunch yes, voting in the affirmative on this, and I would ask that my committee members consider doing the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rabinbis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, when we reference scales of justice, I don't think anybody on this committee would not be open to the discussion of this topic as to how we can modify it. How can we have the individual who is coming out but does either get a windfall, whether it's from inheritance, a personal injury claim, winning the lottery, would be vested into paying back to society for obviously having to put them up in prison for something that society had no obviously blame for in that regard. So when we talk about a loss of life, we do have to look at the victims. The victims literally, if you want to look at, is paying twice. So the victim of any crime, they may have lost their life, their family continues to suffer, or they may be facing a disability as a result of that action. Those same individuals have to pay taxes that then pay to house that individual in prison. So if you want to talk about scales of justice, I think what we need to do is we need to have an honest conversation about this. We also know that certainly, the best thing to prevent recidivism is to make sure that when people come out, that they have skills. So another way of certainly looking into this would be some kind of work program while they're in prison. They're vested into paying for their stay there, in addition to gaining real work value skills that then they could come out and be the productive members of society that we all hope that they certainly do. But to go to extreme and say to pay nothing back, I think, certainly ends the conversation, one of which should be had. The other aspect of this that is, certainly very concerning is, I keep hearing, well, let's say a personal injury claim, there's medical expenses, et cetera. There's ways to go around of protecting any personal injury award that specifically is for medical expenses. So we are truly looking at, money that goes above and beyond in that regard. I think we should also be looking at restitution if there is a restitution to the victim. Many of these individuals are the same individuals that the moment that they go and they're incarcerated, child support automatically comes to a standstill. So again, there is a lot of debt to society that we're carrying that I do believe that once they do pay their time, the time that's put on them, and God willing that they've actually, certainly were the model individuals in there and get out even earlier. Well, we also should make sure that they've got the skills to do so, and there is some investment in that future. And if that's paying back debt, that's what the rest of us have to do in our daily lives. We create the debt and we should be paying the debt. Again, we want to make sure that it's fair and we want to make sure that it's balanced. And this proposal that's before us is far from fair and balanced. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Speaking in support of the measure, there are a number of people in a whole generation really who were hit with very harsh sentences, and we have since rolled back some of those sentences. And while they were in prison and after they came out, they were subject to a number of measures which seem defensible one by one, but they're all landing on the same person when they're trying to rebuild their lives. So for years, we were gouging them on their phone calls. They had to pay this back. We go after you for child support. You make a mistake, there's no way to climb out of it. No way. There may very well be some people who cannot be redeemed. I'm not the one to judge that, but we have taken a whole edifice and built it brick by brick in ways that locked people in. It's easier to go back to prison. You cannot rebuild your life if you've got all of these hurdles. I don't think it's charity. I don't know. I'm not sure I always know what justice is, but it seems to me it's in our interest to help people to climb out of this. It's going to be tough enough. You have to get to know your children again. Your skills are stale if you've got them.
I think Representative Dillon is frozen on us. Yeah, it appears so. I think we've actually lost Representative Dillon. Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just super briefly, I think we've talked at length about this and certainly the positives of this. I certainly believe it's important for this committee to make a stand here today and say that our current system of incarceration liens is broken. It is regressive. It is a byproduct of a past era that I think we are looking to move beyond. I certainly commit, as this is a House bill, to continue to have this conversation as we move forward. I do appreciate the fact that it seems like there will be some bipartisan support for this here today. I know this bill likely has to go to another committee because of the cost impact after this, but I hope we can continue this conversation. In addition to the concerns raised by those of us in support of this bill today, I think the other one that has not been mentioned that we heard at the public hearing that is worth putting on the record is the retroactive impact that this bill had. Our current lien system didn't come into existence until the mid-90s, but yet it still applied to folks who had been incarcerated or sentenced prior to that time. And so we heard, I think, pretty compelling testimony at the public hearing about folks who went into prison, certainly not having an understanding that there would be some ability to recoup that cost after that person got out of prison, but yet they still got saddled with a lien. And to me, those types of ex post facto laws, we certainly try to avoid. I wasn't here at the time, and certainly we can't go back and undo what happened then, but I do think we can make a policy statement here today that this is not a productive policy for the state of Connecticut as the lien is currently constituted. I want to thank the Connecticut Sentencing Commission who brought this proposal forward to us after their deliberations, and I certainly hope we can move this forward today and continue to work on it as we move through the last few weeks of the legislative session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I certainly didn't intend to speak after the good chair. I just wanted to thank both the Senate and House chair for elevating this issue. I have to confess it wasn't something I knew a lot about, and in my mind, the joy of this job is learning during the public hearings about what's going right in our state government and what's going wrong. And I think that this is an example of something that's gone horribly wrong. I learned during the public hearing of Bryant Weissman, an individual who died while being restrained by DOC employees. When his mother sued and won, the state charged his estate with a bill for the very incarceration that directly caused his death. I don't know how we can justify that. How can we possibly justify sending a bill to his family for that incarceration? It comes down, I think, Mr. Chair, to what our theory of incarceration is. When after somebody does a crime and serves their time, should they be allowed to seek an alternate path, to get a job, to contribute to society in meaningful ways, and to escape a past that certainly included some mistakes? I think that they should, and that's why I'll be strongly supporting the bill today.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. So I will do what I think is the wrap up here. I just want to first thank those who have helped to bring this bill before us. I think it is an extremely important bill. When you've gotten out of the system, as much as we've tried to think about the impact of the laws we passed in the past history of the state of Connecticut and deal with it through things like collateral consequences panels and other things, what you experience is things like you can't live here. You experience things like you can't work here. You experience things like you can't talk to these people. Many of those things together cause people to feel like they're not part of our society. That's what they do. And yet you have people, you have good examples. You've seen them. We had some of them before us the other day when this bill was there, of people who understand that they've made a mistake, sometimes an extremely tragic mistake, and they need to keep moving forward despite that. And we should be making sure that they can move forward. But I got to tell you, maybe it's because of the way my life has just unfolded, and not all by choice, but I understand what it is to be in a space where you feel like the world is against you. And I know that sometimes it doesn't take very much to make you say that nothing I do is going to be enough. And if we think that taking these monies from people, particularly in those instances where people are being made whole, is going to make it more likely that someone's going to be successful, we're wrong. We're absolutely wrong with that. And I just want to say, if we're concerned about the budget, I'm involved in that budget process. And this money is not calculated in. It's dumped into the general fund, but it's not calculated in. And I know that it still has impact, but it's not calculated into the budget that the state passes. It's money that later on becomes part of the general fund. But what we get for doing this is the potential for people to continue on that path that they're struggling down. Because when you take away the last bit of hope that a person had, they're more likely to recidivate. And that makes no one any more safe. So I think this is the right policy. I appreciate the conversation we've had. It's an important conversation. I would urge us to pass this bill out of the Judiciary Committee. Madam Administrator, if you call the roll.
5390, an act repealing statutory provisions that impose liability on an individual for repayment of costs incurred when the individual was incarcerated. That was a JF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Staff.
Representative Sastrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes no.
Representative
Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Thank you. Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
I apologize. I didn't call Representative Luxembourg's name. I don't believe he's joined us, but if he has, Okay. Representative. Representative Palm.
Hello, I'm sorry, did you call my name?
Yes, I did. How do you care to vote, Representative Palm?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me at all? Okay, let's go on to Representative Pavlik D'Amato. Can you hear me, Representative Pavlik D'Amato?
Yes, I can. Pavlik D'Amato votes no.
Thank you. Representative Palm, we'll circle back to you. I don't know if you can hear me, but we'll go back later on if you're the only one that's got a problem. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes no.
Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Senator Sampson. Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Hear me.
Senator Anwar votes yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Senator Yanwar.
Madam Clerk, can you hear me now? It's Palm. Can you hear me, please? I'd like to vote yes.
Yes. How do you care to vote, Representative Palm?
Representative Palm votes yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Under Roman numeral 3, item 13, House Bill number 5393, it's a JFS 4064, an act concerning court operations.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just briefly, the S language on this, sections 1 through 43 make various changes to the underlying bill that were requested by the judicial branch. This is obviously their annual court operations proposal. The S language also, in the interest of hopefully streamlining things with only a few weeks left in the legislative session here, adds 2 other bills that I think had universal support on this committee, and that would be the Interstate Deposition and Discovery Act. So that has been added to this S language, as well as the bill regarding state marshals and their fees, which was also added to this bill, again, to streamline things as we move forward.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, knowing of no objection to this bill, I do move it to go to the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Representative Fishbein, seconded by Senator Kissel. Is there discussion on the motion to move this item to the consent calendar? Is there discussion? Seeing none, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Roman numeral 3, item number 14, House Bill number 5417 is a JFS LCO 4115. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Fishbein, Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this S language before us, and again, I'm on LCO number 4115 for JFS. This language before us builds upon the House Democrats' juvenile justice proposal at Bill 5417 in collaboration with the Republican leadership on this committee. We have added a few provisions from that underlying bill to the S language. Most specifically, I'd like to focus on the provisions relating to larceny of a motor vehicle. This bill actually makes larceny of a motor vehicle treated all the same regardless of the value of the car. Under existing law, we punish theft of a more expensive car more harshly than we do a less expensive car. which I don't think makes a whole lot of sense. So this this proposal before us cleans that up. It also, as the underlying bill did, expands the use of special juvenile probation, but I want to make clear this bill does not, I repeat, does not allow for any additional automatic transfer of cases to adult court. This bill retains the GPS language, and also coming out of the governor's bill proposal and other proposals, it provides some flexibility with respect to the 6-hour hold period for juveniles. It allows a juvenile to be detained by local police for up to 8 hours, where the police department is in the process of seeking a detention order or is trying to locate the parent or guardian to release the child back. With that, Mr. Chair, I would urge the committee's support of this proposal today.
Senator Kissel, followed by Representative Porter, and then Representative Fishbone.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. As Representative Staffstrom has said about a previous bill, I'll be super brief. I just want to say that I believe that this bill is a very good example of a collaborative process. I will admit that when we started this session in February, I just didn't know if we were able to come together on any grounds regarding juvenile crime and the judicial system that responds there too. But I think that while nobody got everything that they wanted, I think there's plenty of common ground here. And I think that with these changes, coupled with changes that are in the court operations bill, I think we're going to see some very positive results for the good of both the juveniles themselves, which might be surprising for some folks to hear, but a life fulfilled as a productive member of society is one that I think everybody has a right to try to strive for, but also will enhance public safety across the board. And so I wanted to thank the leadership of this committee, both my friend and colleague, Representative Fishbein, the ranking member of the House, as well as Chairman Staffstrom and Chairman Winfield, and all those others that poured in their influence and recommendations. And of course, our ever zealous advocate on this committee, who serves as the chair, House Chair of Appropriations, Representative Walker, who's always been championing the cause of juvenile justice and all its many permutations. So I wanted that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Porter, followed by Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to commend the leadership on both sides of the aisle for being able to come together with this policy. But with that being said, I have to say that there is something that still concerns me, extremely concerns me, and it is the GPS portion of this bill. And I say that because of the studies and data and all the stuff that I've read around the disproportionate impact, the use of GPS, and how it is actually starting to grow amongst our youth. And the viability and the feasibility of home detention, which usually accompanies electronic monitoring, really depends entirely on the circumstance of a child's home life. And that is something that's a red flag for me, because this may not be feasible for families with one or more working adults. Frankly, the kids that are disproportionately impacted come from homes where, even if there are two parents, they're working 2 jobs, single parent, 2 and 3 jobs. And then there are homes that are just simply unsafe. We've seen an uptick in domestic violence with the pandemic. That is a concern for me. Some are not places in which, these kids can escape the behaviors that actually got them into the initial trouble. So this form of correction or direction, I don't even know what to call it, I feel would actually exacerbate what we're trying to correct in doing this. And I think that, and actually Harvard has reports on this, that electronic monitoring broadens and deepens contact with law enforcement. And, those results, when electronic monitoring subjects more youth, they have greater court control for longer, resulting in opportunities for more charges to come, because Folks under this kind of surveillance actually do have more contact with probation than people that are under common probation. And I think the other thing that I really want to put on the record is that, you know, there are reports, and there's actually a new report that talks about electronic monitoring of youth in the California juvenile justice system. And God knows that scares me, because I think it's probably 51 out of the 58 counties actually use this. And it is disproportionate. It is burdensome. It impacts the working poor in ways that it doesn't impact the rest of society. And I just want to make sure that, you know, as we consider this and it moves forward, I do understand it's a work in progress. I hope that we can get this right and address some of the concerns that I'm expressing here. But, you know, it's also been seen as a deprivation of liberty. And I think that should trigger us, because I believe the way it's written in this bill, you know, earlier it was stated guilty until proven innocent and unreasonably, you know, dealt with in the way we issue policy. And I see that as being a problem here. And I hope that we can really, you know, talk about getting this right and making sure that we all want the same goals, that we are putting something in policy that will actually allow us to do that and give us the tools to help these youth, instead of further trigger or traumatize or put them in situations where they're being treated like criminals. Now they will certainly act like criminals. Thank you for the opportunity to put that on, and I will be voting no to flag this in the hopes that we get it right and I can vote yes on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Fishbein, followed by Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know, I share the concerns that we just heard about. And, you know, certainly we recognize that there has been an uptick. And, you know, I do give a lot of credence to the concerns I just heard about, but just understanding the language before us does not have this GPS monitoring for the first offense. You know, it's our intention through the legislature. We created a program, 2019, I think it was, a diversionary program, particularly dealing with motor vehicle theft, which if a child completes that, the case is dismissed. But this language that we're dealing with is those repeat offenders that we've heard about for the past year or so. You know, that are stealing multiple cars and those kinds of things, and that would go into place. You know, I will tell you that story, that very tragic story that we heard about over the summer, where a young man was murdered and dropped off in Waterbury, St. Mary's Hospital in Waterbury. You know, a very troubling aspect of that case was that he was on an electronic monitoring system. I think it was September 29th, he was in court, and the issue was whether or not to take him off of that system. And you know who objected? It was the mom. She said, don't take him off that system. Something bad is going to happen. And 3 weeks later, he was murdered. You know, so, you know, I think there is a positive aspect to that. The other thing I just want to bring attention to is Section 8 that I know the House Chairman talked about, which is this theft of a motor vehicle. This actually decreases the incidence that a case for stealing a motor vehicle can be transferred to the adult court, because under our law presently, larceny in the first degree is stealing something that is of value in excess of $20,000. That would be a Class B felony. So right now, under our law, a Class B felony is a discretionary transfer to the adult court. I don't think that's what any of us want, is, you know, a kid stealing a car for the first time is charged with a Class B felony and possibly transferred to the adult court. Certainly not something that I would have happen. But what this does is it takes that incident out of the larceny schedule, and it makes the first incident a Class A misdemeanor. So not transferable to the adult court. I think that's what we've been hearing about all through the last year. We don't want these kids being transferred to adult court. That's exactly what Section 8 does, because it's our intent that these kids go through a program and that they lead productive lives. So, you know, I herald Section 8 here because it really makes it more difficult for that first offense and even a subsequent offense, because quite frankly, the first offense is usually dismissed through a diversionary program. So we're talking about the second incident of a juvenile stealing a car. Right now can be transferred to the adult court. This prevents that. So I do rise in support of this legislation, and I intend to vote in favor of. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm having some connectivity issues here. No, I just appreciate the intent of the bill, and it's been a massive issue in the towns that I've been elected to represent. I do think that the language is important and the details are important, and I respect that this bill is a work in progress. I do have some concerns about some of the GPS monitoring language, and I think we've heard some discussion about it. You know, I'm inclined to support the bill as work in progress at the moment, but want to work with all the parties to make sure that we have a bill that I'll be able to support after this committee. And you know, do want to underscore some of the unintended consequences of GPS monitoring, which I think is a noble idea. I think some of the concerns that, you know, I've heard, for example, are that it might actually inadvertently limit the ability of one child to care for other children, and making sure that children are, you know, have somebody looking after them when they're outside of parental or guardian supervision, I think is really critical to keeping them out of trouble. And so making sure that we're thinking through some of the unintended consequences, I think, is going to be really important. You know, that said, as I mentioned before, I'm inclined to support this as a work in progress, and look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and with all the stakeholders to get a bill that can be a consensus going forward as we work to address this issue.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know people are really alarmed, and they've been hearing from a lot of people, and I've been there. That happened in my own neighborhood a couple of years ago, and it's scary. But I'm and I know a lot of work has been done. It's reflected in this document. I'm really worried about the GPS program. A lot of the people I know that are big fans like it because it saves money, and you don't have to pay for housing somebody. I'm concerned about the kids where the problem is in the home. There's a disproportionate effect also on young women. And I don't know, I know people don't necessarily think of young women as being convicted of that, but if they're in the car, that may very well happen. I don't know what happened. I think that my understanding is that the families will not be, the individuals won't be charged per day for the GPS devices, but they will, I don't know what happens if it malfunctions. I think the presumption is that the person wearing it is the one that damaged it, not necessarily that it malfunctioned. But I'm not sure that it's effective, to be honest. And I'm worried about sending young people back to a home. And I guess it sounds like I don't trust judges, and I don't mean that. They make decisions based on what's before them, just like we do. But the reality is that there are some young people where the problem is the home that they may be sent back to with that device, and they may not be able to go out and participate in other events. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Representative. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question about GPS. As I've heard some of the comments prior to me getting on, is if the family can't afford it, is the state going to pick up the tab? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Stafford.
That is my understanding. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And
Representative Callahan.
I'm sorry to get ahead of you. When it comes to GPS, in my experience, it ended up being quite a benefit to some of the offenders because it stops them from being falsely accused of somewhere they haven't been. Because if you have a probation officer tracking the GPS, you can see exactly where they are at what time. And it's actually ended up helping them in court cases. So on many occasions, as part of this bill, it can be a deterrent, but it also helps the kids stay on the straight and narrow and helps them prove their innocence when they think they've been wrongly accused. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for. I'm sorry. I'm doing too many Zooms. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I think that the one thing that I've heard over and over again is focusing on the GPS, and I think what we need to really focus on is the fact that we've come a long way from where we started back in the summer in the ideas of what we were talking about in trying to react to what was going on with our juveniles in the state. And it's really kind of interesting because when you compromise, there is not going to be a perfect world for either parties, but you look for the one that is going to be the less intrusive. We talk about the GPS, and as far as what I've been told from Court Supported Services Division, GPS is not a cost to the family. The only time the cost is incurred is if the equipment is damaged in any way, shape, or fashion, and that they have to be proven. So with that being said, it's the issue of trying to keep kids out of prison, which is what we really want to do. Granted, GPS is a way of keeping tabs on somebody electronically, but it keeps them out of the prison so that we don't have to accelerate their exposure to people that are having a life of crime and are surviving in it. I think we've come a long way in Connecticut. We've worked hard at looking at how do we make things better and more valuable to the children that seem to be stumbling into the system that look like me, as opposed to others. And that's what we really need to stay focused on, is to continue the fight that is necessary to say that they are children. They have been caught up in many things that you and I probably would not even know how to handle. And yet they're still surviving. So I think we owe them that responsibility to support. And I hope my colleagues can understand, yes, this is a work in progress, but the main thing is we do not want to lose ground in anything that we have gained up to this time over the last 10 years. And I thank everybody for focusing on our kids, for protecting them and trying to help them get out of that life of crime that we all know that they did not choose necessarily. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Walker. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank all of the members of the committee leadership that worked on this. Certainly, it's been a work in progress for some time. It seemed like a long time that we've been discussing this issue. So I'm glad to see it get here to this point today. On the GPS, I understand and hear the concerns and willing to continue to consider and listen to that. I will say that my local police in Manchester brought this to my attention sometime last year, that they picked up the same juveniles within a very short period of time, sometime within within a few days. So I would hope that that the GPS could be a deterrent, and I believe that is the intent. And And I hope we can continue to discuss that, and I remain open to that. But I really want to thank the committee for allowing me to contribute on this, the section about the special juvenile probation. I did so at the behest of my constituent, Marissa Booz, who we heard from at the public hearing, who suffered an unspeakable tragedy with the loss of her daughter, who was a classmate of my son at Illing Middle School in Manchester. A very tragic incident. And, you know, an incident I would think and I would hope is sort of a 1 in a million, you know, in terms of how extremely egregious it is. I would hope that we don't have to see and that no other parent will have to befall the same tragedy. But it, you know, it illustrated to me an area where our juvenile justice statutes needed some improvement. So that is what we have before us here today. It is not going to bring Miss Zanaya right back to her mother. But again, I think it illustrates loud and clear an area where we needed to see some improvement, and I think that accomplishes this. And I thank Ms. Booz for her tremendous courage for coming forward on this. I can only imagine how difficult it was for her. But again, I think it illustrates that we were able to come together and make a change and improvement to our laws that was needed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank the committee for this bill and also working through this. In the last many months, we had seen a pattern. In the last many months, we had seen a pattern where there was a sense that there had been an increase, and we have had conversations around the state about the causation. People have come with different perspectives and different theories how to address this. It's important to recognize that the numbers are decreasing at this time. If you look at what's the ground reality right now, the numbers are decreasing for the car thefts. However, what had happened a few months ago helped us realize that there were weaknesses in the system. And it's important to have a multi-pronged approach. We know that the diversion programs do help. So I can tell you that in one of the Senate bills, and I'm currently the chair of the Children's Committee, we have some funding that is going to go for diversion programs because your ROI is very good with that. So that's one part of the solution that's needed. The second part of the solution is that we have a problem, and the status quo would be unacceptable when in a matter of one night, you would have juvenile committing more than one crime, and they know that they would be able to get away with it. And that's something that we need to be able to address. This bill has started to look into that in a manner which is relatively different than what was suggested by a number of people. And I think that's why it's important. We will never have a perfect solution, and we're trying to make the best solution with as many people as we can. And I also like one of the other components in this bill is the communication, because if we do not have conversations between different agencies and the same individual is at a higher risk, so there is an opportunity to communicate in advance. That should be a no-brainer as well, because everybody working in their silos can cause some of these behaviors to become more dangerous as well. And I think this bill is a step in the right direction. It is still imperfect, and I know it's still work in progress. I will be supporting this, and I wanted to thank everyone who has worked hard to get us to a better place. Again, I look forward to helping in any way that I can. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Representative Khan.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. We can.
Okay. I just wanted to start by thanking committee leadership on their work on this bill. I do have some concerns. I just wanted to make them clear here. I feel that some parts of the bill help to maintain, protect, and expand the prison system, which we know disproportionately affects our Black and Brown youth. In my teaching career, I have seen firsthand a lot of the negative impacts that electronic monitoring has had on our youth, both long-term and short-term. And I hear the sentiments that it is a work in progress, but I don't feel that as it reads today, that that's the direction that I would want to see it. I would rather see us invest in our young people, as data shows that that is what is effective in helping young people that have made some bad choices, not a more punitive system. So today my vote will be no. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Is there comment, Representative Porter, for the second time?
Thank you, and I'll make it really quick. And I do thank you for an opportunity for the second time. The only thing that I want to stress is I believe that we are definitely on the right track. The work has been done. We're headed in the right direction, but we know that sometimes when we write policy, there are unintended consequences. So I just want to stress that GPS monitoring for juveniles, there is research and data on this. And what it says is the research about its effectiveness is inconclusive. However, its negative consequences are well documented. It's deemed regressive. So I want us to look at something outside of this that I think will complement what is being done in this bill. And I just wanted to leave it there on the record. That is my consternation and my angst around not being able to vote yes today. But I certainly do applaud the work that's been done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Walker for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for letting me speak one more time. I just want to remind everybody that we have what's called the Juvenile Justice Planning and Operation Committee. And I know several people have talked about we need to continue the dialogue. Well, I invite all of you to come to the JJPOC and continue that dialogue. I think that's important. And the more we talk, the better we all learn about those things. And I also want to also let people know that if they feel that this is going to be the end of our making progress, it's not. And financially, we are putting money into where we know it's supposed to go. That's why we don't want to spend any money in large droves of incarceration or anything like that, because the community programs are what we need to be doing to help the quality of life for the kids. So those things, and as the appropriations chair, I can say that there is funding in the budget for making sure that we get more community programs out there. So as I said before, this is one way of trying to make progress, not to fall into some other direction. So I ask my colleagues to please think about this and support it, because it is going to continue to be positive for our kids, no matter what the belief is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I'll just say that I've been on this committee for a while. Even the bills we don't call a work in progress tend to get some work after the committee is finished. I want to also say that given the way that this conversation began and rolled out for a very long time, I'm not sure that people thought that we would be as close as we are right now. And that's important, whatever ultimately happens, because really this is not about one side or the other, one political persuasion or the other prevailing. This is about trying to figure out what the issues are and address the actual issues before the state of Connecticut. And I will say to those who have participated in this, kudos to you for that. And I do hope, as has been suggested here, that there are some people who have issues. We are definitely working on this like every other bill out of this committee. I hope in that work, we find a way to get to a point where the body of the legislature feels comfortable ultimately voting on the bill. And with that, Madam Administrator, if you call the roll.
5417, Natchitoches Juvenile Justice Services and Firearms Background Check for JFS, proposed substitute LCO number 4115. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stastrom.
Representative Stastrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes. Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Is that the national sign of voting? State.
For some reason, whenever we the camera does not exclusively look at Senator Kissel, so he see him on a panel. So if he waves his arms, I'll know it's him. Okay, Senator Adler.
Following the theme, Senator Anwar votes yes.
So I gotta meet with Carol.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Delaney. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes today.
Representative
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubinsky.
Representative Davidsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Khan votes no.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Could you please repeat Senator Lesser?
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
D'Amato votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Representative? We didn't see you.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the negative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes no.
Senator Sampson. Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Beach votes yes.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Madam Chair.
Representative Sims, if you just would let Representative Walker finish, and then I'll get you back at the end after Representative Young, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you. Representative Walker, how do you care to vote?
Yes, Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Sims, how do you care to vote?
Representative Sims going to vote in the negative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Madam Administrator, if you could call the item, if you could read the items on the consent calendar and then call a roll for the consent calendar.
Okay, item number 2 on the agenda, Senate Bill 164, now concerning state agency compliance with probate court orders. The motion was for a JF. Item number 4 on the agenda, Senate Bill 361, now concerning probate court operations. The motion was for a JF. Item number 5 on the agenda, Senate Bill 424, now concerning real estate in the probate courts. The motion was for a JF. Item number 7 on the agenda, Senate Bill 440, now concerning the reviser's technical corrections to the general statutes. The motion was for a JF. Item number 11 on the agenda, 5372, an act permitting clinical social workers to conduct periodic behavioral health assessments of police officers and promoting the increased use of clinical social workers by law enforcement units when issuing emergency certificates. The motion was for a JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4092. And last but not least, item number 13, HB 5393, an act concerning court operations. Motion was for a JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4064.
If you call a roll for the consent calendar.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stastrom.
Representative Stastrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Oh, hold on a second. Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Absolutely. Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Could you please repeat? It's a delay. There we go. Can you please repeat?
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Curry. Representative Delaney. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative Masher-Francesco.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes. And if Senator Lesser could have his son Sam make an appearance for him all the time, that would be a great thing. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Representative Riley? We couldn't see you.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Perfect, thank you. Senator Sampson, Rep. Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker.
Sims votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes yes.
Thank you, Representative, for your patience. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. I remind members of the committee that the vote is open until 5 o'clock. So if you have missed votes, you have time to get them in. We are scheduled to meet tomorrow at noon. The leadership of the committee will be convening to discuss how we move forward. Any updates, changes, any of those types of things to the schedule, the committee will be notified later in the day. And with that, unless there's comment from, I see no comment, we will stand in recess until 5 p.m. Thank you.
Administrator, I would like to take care of my missed votes when you get a chance.
All righty. Representative Blumenthal, first item on the list, 163, enact protecting employee freedom of speech and conscience. And that was the JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4109. How do you care to vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Can you please say Representative Blumenthal?
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Is anyone out there that is still available to vote? Senator Anwar, are you still there? Senator Ciccarella?
Yes, I am. Senator Anwar votes yes on one.
Was this?
Okay.
Madam Administrator, I don't think I voted on item number 3 on the agenda.
Go through, if you don't mind, Representative
Oh, the same item. Okay, fine.
the whole list instead of repeating it multiple times, because there's quite a few people, not quite a few, but there are multiples of people that have missed the vote. So with your indulgence, I'm going to go on. Senator Ciccarella, how do you care to vote on 163?
I apologize. What bill is this? Number
One on the agenda.
number 1 on the agenda?
That's correct.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Thank you. Senator Haskell, are you still here?
Yes, Madam Administrator. Senator Haskell votes yes on item 1.
Thank you. Senator Lesser, are you still here? There? Okay. Representative Riley? You still here there? Okay. Item number 3 on the agenda, number 2 was on the consent calendar. Item number 3, 204, not concerning damages to person or property caused by the negligent operation of a motor vehicle owned by a political subdivision of the state. And that was a JF. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you.
Was that the only other vote I missed?
Let me check.
Sorry, I have to go take a deposition momentarily.
Yeah, because perhaps you can be done. That is correct. That is the only other vote that you missed. Thank you, Representative Blumenthal, for your presence.
Great. Thank you, Madam Administrator.
Alrighty, Senator Anwar, item number 3 on the agenda.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Just to make sure we know what we're all voting on.
Alrighty. Senator Ciccarella, you there?
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes in the affirmative.
thank you. Senator Lesser, still not there. Rep. O'Day, are you there?
Yes, Rep. O'Day votes no, and I believe that's the only one I missed. If you could check that, Deb, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. Okay, you are correct. That is the only one you've missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Deb.
All righty. Let's see, back where we're at here. Representative Riley? Not there. Okay. Okay, item number 6, Senate Bill 426. Let's see who we've got that. Senator Haskell, how do you care to vote?
Senator Haskell votes in the affirmative.
And, okay.
Actually, on 426, I did not vote either, right?
No, you voted Senator Anwar.
On number 6?
Yeah, I had you
Perfect.
vote, perhaps.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
You're right.
I took the vote incorrectly. That was 426, not concerning false claims and other prohibited acts. That was a JF. Senator Anwar, how do you care to vote?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I had gotten. Rep. Dillon, you happen to be still there? Rep. Dillon?
Deb? Deb?
Yeah.
Rep. Sims?
Representative Sims? Yes, you voted on that one, Representative Sims. We're going to go down each bill, and so when we get to your name, if you're missing one, I'm going to go start with each bill, and we're going to see what you've missed. Okay?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just go check if I have the ones that we've already done. Yep, you're all set. Okay. Alrighty, item number 8, 5210, and that concerning forgery of a written instrument indicating vaccination against COVID-19. The motion was for a JFS proposed substitute, LCO number 4116. Let's see who has not voted. Representative Dillon, you there yet? Okay.
Representative Carol Hall.
Dillon votes yes.
Representative Carol Hall votes yes.
Representative Dillon, while I've got you here.
Representative Joshua Hall.
Last one I just.
Representative Joshua Hall votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Harrison.
on the agenda.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yep, 426, and that concerning false claims and other prohibited acts. That was a JF. How do you care to vote?
I vote, Dillon votes yes.
Thank you. Alrighty, that was the one that you missed from before. Alrighty. So I'm carrying on with item number 8. So let's see who's here. Everybody else has voted. Okay. Item number 9, 5211, and that concerning the application of the Freedom of Information Act to certain cemetery associations. Motion for a JF. Let's see who hasn't. Representative Curry's not here, is he? No. Okay. Representative Fox is not here. Harding is still not here. Luxembourg's not here. Representative Walker. Are you in appropriations right now, Representative Walker? I think so. I heard Sukeen in the background. Okay. Item number 10, 5349.
I'm sorry, Deb. Did you call me? I can't hear you at all.
Representative Porter. Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Deb, we can't hear you.
Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario.
Thank you.
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Pat, Rep. Dillon, can you mute?
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Hey, Deb, CTN is not covering anymore,
Okay.
so that's probably why it's not working.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, because we had just, disconnected with CTN, so that was our problem. Only I didn't know that, so we just realized it. Okay, so now we are total virtual. All righty, so let's see. So we were on Senator Haskell for 5349.
5349. Senator Haskell votes yes.
Okay. All righty. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes on 5349, correct?
Perfect. Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
That's the only one I missed.
Let me check before I go too far. No.
I think that was it.
Yeah, because you were here for the last group here. Let me just double check. Yeah, Representative Veach, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice
You're very
afternoon.
welcome. You as well. Thank you. Okay. All righty. We're going to get back to this consent calendar after. Let's just try to get through this list here. Okay, so 5349, I think I just called that, but I could be wrong. Did I just, let's see. 5349, and that goes for the timely reporting by the police of a death, JFS proposed substitute, LCO number 4134. Senator Ciccarella, are you still there? Yes, you are there. Can you hear me? And
I am
can you?
so sorry. I apologize.
That's all right.
Doing two Zooms at once. I'm sure
Yeah.
everybody else is doing the same.
Absolutely. No worries. We got
And
plenty
we
of-
are on
number 10, item number 10.
5349.
That's correct.
Can you hear me? I apologize.
No, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Walker, you're still not there. Oh, Representative Walker, you're there, but you're probably in another meeting. So we're gonna have to go back. All right. Item number 12, 5390, enact repealing statutory provisions that impose liability on an individual for repayment of costs incurred when the individual was incarcerated. That was the motion for a JF. Senator Ciccarella, how do you care to vote? That's item number 12. Senator Ciccarella, can you hear me?
Yes, Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Perfect, thank you. Representative Sims, how do you care to vote? Representative Sims? Oh, he's out of the room again. Okay, we're gonna have to go back to him. Let me just go, just to get you off the hook, Senator Haskell, let's see if we've got any more for you. Senator Haskell, let me just double check the consent.
Constitutional amendment. Thank you so much, Deb. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your patience and thanks for waiting till the end.
Of course. Great day.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Who's calling? Representative. Sorry, it's garbled on whoever's end.
Deb, it's Tony.
Okay. Hello, Representative Walker. Okay, let's see the ones you've missed because I know you're trying to chair another committee, I think. Representative Walker, item number 10, 5349. That concerning the timely reporting by police of a death.
I vote in the affirmative.
Okay. Can you say Representative Walker?
Representative Walker says vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Let me just see what else you've missed, Representative, and then you're off the hook. Hold on. Number 9, 5211. That was a JF.
That is a affirmative too.
Can you please say Representative Walker?
I'm sorry, Representative Walker votes in the affirmative. Sorry.
Thank you so much. No worries. Let me just see if you got the consent calendar. You did get the consent calendar. Okay, you can go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, Representative Gilchrist, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you. I believe I didn't vote on 14 and the consent calendar.
Okay, let's do the consent calendar. Do you need to hear the items that were on the consent calendar?
No, I was here for the meeting. I
Okay.
support them. So it's
Okay.
Rep. Gilchrist votes yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, let's just go through just to make sure I've got everything for you on there, Gilchrist. George, I can get down there. I know what you're getting. Gilchrist, item number 14. 5417, that concerning juvenile justice and services and firearms background checks. That was a motion for JFS proposed substitute LCO R115. How do you care to vote, Representative Gilchrist?
Representative Gilchrist is a yes to move it through the process.
Okay, cool. Okay, I think that's it for you. I shouldn't say I think.
Thank
I know.
you.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Palm, you have your hand raised.
I think I got everything, Deb, but I was cut out for a while, so I was a little bit nervous.
No worries. Let me just check. Yep, there.
Pretty sure I got back on in time, but
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to check while you're here, you know?
thank
A
you.
lot easier to finish up than to get back on and.
Yep.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for checking.
Thank you for your patience, Deb.
No, that's what we're here for. Thank you. Okay, Senator Ciccarella. Let me see. If he's hold on a second. Just hold on.
Did you call me, Deb?
Deb, are you saying something? Because we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, folks. The chairs needed something just for a second, so I had to go off mic for that. Okay, so thank you for your patience already. Let me see, whoever's still on the call, let me see who's here that, Curry, Delaney. Harding's not here. Luxembourg. Sampson Sims. Representative Sims. Representative Sims, how do you care to vote? No, you've already voted on the consent calendar. I apologize. Close to Sampson. Okay, so let's go down the list again here. Senator Ciccarella, since you've been waiting the longest, let me just run through and make sure I got everything for you.
Thank you. I think it's 14, the last bill. 5417, I think.
You are correct, 5417. Did you need to hear?
A few votes.
Representative Sims, could you just wait just one moment? We're just going to get one more vote from Senator Chickarella, and then my attention will all be yours, okay? All right, Senator Chickarella, how do you care to vote on item number 14, 5417?
Senator Chickarella votes yes.
Thank you. Perfect. You are off the hook. Bye. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Have
You're
a great
very
day.
Okay. Representative Sims, let's look and see what you've got here. Hold on. Representative Sims, item number 12, 5390, enact repealing statutory provisions that impose liability on an individual for repayment of costs incurred when the individual is incarcerated. JF, how do you care to vote? Representative Sims? Can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to come back to you. All righty. Senator Lesser has his hand up. Senator Lesser, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. Let's see where we're at here with you. Voted on the consent. Senator Lesser, item number 163, enact protecting employee freedom of speech and conscience, JFS proposed substitute LCO 4109. How do you care to vote?
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Perfect. Item number 3, 204, enact or damages to person or property caused by the negligent operation of a motor vehicle owned by a political subdivision of the state, JF. Senator Lesser, how do you care to vote?
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Perfect. Item number 6, you voted on. You are all, well, hold on a second, one more. We're all set. Senator Lesser, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Administrator.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Bye-bye. Okay. Sims is gone. All righty. So let's see who else we got. Dylan, I think your Representative Dylan, I think it might be all done. Okay, Representative Dillon, I don't know if you can hear me, but you are all set. Okay. Representative Sims, are you available now?
I'm all set. I'm free to go.
That as
You are
well.
free to go, Representative
I am.
Dillon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Sims is ready. Okay, Representative Sims, let's just double check here where we're at. I don't think you've missed much, maybe just. Representative Sims, item number 12. Do you want me to read over the whole spiel, or you got it?
I got it. I vote in the affirmative.
Can you say Representative Sims?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Okay, can I see you? Can you just repeat?
Can you see me?
I can see you now, yeah.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, let me see. You are all set, Representative Sims. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Deb. Have a good day.
You as well. See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Fox, I see that you joined us. You there, Representative Fox? Not yet.
Can you see me?
I can't.
Let's see. Can you
There
see
we
me now?
are. Perfect. Yes, thank you.
I'm hearing a GE committee meeting, so it might be a little disjointed, but I have the bills in front of me. So if you're
Okay, so we'll go quick. The consent calendar. Do you want me to read off the items on the consent calendar?
I'm in favor of the consent calendar.
Okay, Representative Fox, how do you care to vote on the consent calendar?
Yes, affirmative.
Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, I'll be quick. Let's see, item number 163. I won't read the bill.
No. Representative Fox votes no.
Okay, thank you so much. Item number 3, 204.
1 second, Deb.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Representative. I apologize to have him back.
Okay, no worries. My goodness, you're doing way too many more things than I am. 204, item number 3. How do you care to vote?
Representative Fox votes yes.
Perfect. Okay, item number 6, 426 was a JF.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Great. Item number 8, 5210 was the JFS. 4116 was the LCO for the proposed.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Okay. Item number 9, 5211 FOI.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Perfect. Item number 10, 5349, timely reporting.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Excellent. Item number 12, 5390 was a JF.
Representative, how the chairs vote on that one? Yes.
They both voted yes.
Representative Fox votes yes.
And the last one, item number 14, 5417.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Excellent, wonderful. Thank you so much. And you did a good job going back and forth.
Thanks.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Bye-bye. Okay, I am going to go stop the video.
Nobody called.
Nobody called. Excellent. Oh, Luxembourg, middle. Hello.
Hi, Deb. How are you?
Hello, Representative Luxembourg. Thank you for joining us. Okay, let me see where I'm at here. We just moved rooms, so we're good here. Let's see. All
Okay.
right, let's start with the consent calendar. Did you want me to run down the items on the consent calendar?
No, I know him.
You don't even have to attend and you know what's going on. Hold on a second. Now I've lost my pen. Oh, it must be over here.
Oh.
Okay. So, Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote on the consent calendar?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Excellent. All righty, that's done. Let's see, item number 163. Did you want me to read off the name of the bill and the action?
Nope. I know what it is. Luxembourg yes on item number 1.
Perfect.
Harding, no. Deb, excuse me. Yeah, Harding, no.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry, I was on mute.
No, that's fine.
And I vote yes on the consent calendar too, if you don't mind.
No, not a problem with that. We will have to go back right now. Okay. Okay, we've got that one done. Item number 3, 204. Does anybody need me to read off any of the particulars of it?
No, I'm a yes, Deb. Representative Harding votes yes.
Alrighty. What about you, Representative Luxembourg?
Luxembourg yes.
Perfect. Okay, item number 6, 426. Representative Harding, how do you care to vote?
426, Representative Harding votes no.
Okay, Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Excellent. Item number 8, 5210. Representative Harding, how do you care to vote?
Representative Harding votes no.
Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Item number 9, 5211. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote?
Luxembourg votes no.
You guys keep canceling out each other's votes.
Democracy at work, yeah.
There you go. Item number 10, 5349. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, how do you vote?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Perfect.
There we go.
Let me.
Item number 12, 5390. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Thank you. Okay, last one is item number 14, 5417. Representative Harding, how do you care to vote?
Representative Harding votes yes.
And Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg votes yes. We end in agreement.
There you go. Wonderful.
Actually, yeah, Deb, I got one correction. I'm sorry. I looked at one thing wrong.
Okay.
At number 12, 5390, Harding votes no.
Harding
Please,
votes
sorry.
no. Okay, that was a no for Representative Harding. Okay, great. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we'll let you know if there's any
Thank
change
you.
in schedule. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
Poor Rob. And I'm sure he's in GAE, so he doesn't have much time. Okay, now I just lost my Zoom. So that's all right. It'll come back, I hope.
How are you doing?
Wonderful. Just wonderful. No, come on. Zoom. Oh, yes, I've been all. There we go. That's why we couldn't hear him, because they had to be let in. Okay. Senator Anwar, she's probably checking to see if he's voted. Now wait again. No, thank you for bringing it to my attention. Okay. Senator Anwar and Senator Sampson, you out there in the virtual world? Hello?
I'm sorry, Deb, I'm right here. I'm also ranking on GAE and speaking on every bill.
I'm sure you are. Okay, so let me go quick with you. And I know Senator Anwar is in there too, but I think I've gotten a lot of votes. We'll just double check. Okay, first of all, let's go for you, Senator Sampson. You wanted the items on the consent calendar?
I am, Senator Sampson votes yes on the consent calendar.
Okay, and you don't care to see it?
Nope, I know what happened. I've been tracking it all day.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Okay, so item number 163. Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes no.
Okay, admit Senator Flexer. Sampson votes no. Okay. Senator Flexer, are you available to do votes? Do you want me to go at the end?
Recess once the business is done here.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. Okay, I got that one for you. Okay. Item number 3, 204. Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes no.
Recess for a few moments, members of the Judiciary.
Item number, Senator Sampson, 426.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Item number 8, 5210. Senator Sampson.
I hate to say this, but Senator Sampson votes no again.
We are on a roll.
Well, I voted yes on the consent calendar, so I had a few.
Oh, there you go. That's true. Item number 9, 5211.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Item number 10, 5349.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Item number 12, 5390.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Alrighty, and the last one, Senator Sampson, number 14, 5417. How do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Thank you for taking the time to come visit us. Good luck.
Really appreciate it. Bye.
Bye-bye now. Senator Flexer? Are you there?
Hi, Madam Administrator. I am. I'm just I'm struggling to find my agenda in my sea of GAE notes.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. I know you run out of desk space. Doesn't matter how big of an area you use.
I got a whole dining room table, and you're exactly right. I run out of space. So just give me a moment. I'm so sorry. And I believe Representative Fox is about to get on too. So maybe we'll vote at the same time if that's helpful.
Can I just make sure, Deb, my OCD is kicking in, so I want to make sure I voted on all. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Let me just go through again and check that out to be sure.
Sorry, May. Hi.
He's got to come back. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
Heads together and figure out.
Okay, Senator Anwar, you have voted on everything. Thank you for checking.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Senator Flexer, do you need me to send you the agenda? I can't hear you, Senator. You're muted.
I am ready and I am here.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Did you want me to go through the items that are on the consent calendar?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So item number 2.
Yep.
Okay. Item number 4.
Yep.
Item number 5, 424.
Yep.
Item number 7, 440.
Okay.
Item number 11, 5372.
Okay.
Item number 13, 5393.
Okay.
Alrighty. So that was the consent calendar. Senator Flexer, how do you care to vote?
I would like to vote yes.
Okay, can you just announce your name?
Oh, right. Senator Flexer votes yes. Sorry.
That's right. No worries at all. Hard to remember what
I
your
was
name.
literally debating a bill in another committee and trying to vote at the same time, and that proved to be a disaster. So we took a recess.
You know, I don't know if this is an easier way. In some respects it is, and in other respects it's like it really taxes your brain and you have to be really present. And
That's why I needed my notes. Exactly.
yeah. All right, onward. Item number 1, 163, that was a JFS proposed substitute, LCO 4109. Enact
Yes.
protect. Yes.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Okay, wonderful. Item number 3, 204, that was a JF.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Item number 6, 426, that was a JF. False claims.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Item number 8, 5210, forgery of a written instrument. That was a JFS. There was substitute language on that.
Yep. Senator Flexer votes yes.
Item number 9, 5211, FOI and Cemetery Association. Senator Flexer, how do you care to vote?
Senator Flexer votes no.
Item number 10, 5349, timely reporting by the police of a death. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
And item number 12, 5390, that was a JF. Prison costs.
Yes. Senator Flexer votes yes.
And lastly, item number 14, 5417, that was a JFF with substitute language.
Yeah. Senator Flexer votes yes.
Okay. Alrighty, that has completed your responsibilities here.
Thank you. Has Representative Fox voted yet?
He did.
He did. Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, he
Okay.
snuck really quick, but he's all set. Yep.
Good for him. Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And Senator Sampson finished, right?
Senator Sampson has completed, yes.
Okay, great.
People,
Thank you.
None of all your people, but your people on your committee.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi.
Oh, there he is. I'm sorry, Representative. We're trying to do like everybody else, a million things at once. Thank you
Exactly.
for
Yes.
Okay, let's see where we're at with you, Representative Curry. Did we get you? We need, oops, I lost you. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. Representative Curry, the consent calendar. Did you need the items on the consent calendar read off to you?
I did not. No.
Okay. All right.
Actually, I take that back. Yes, so I can mark it on my stuff.
Yeah, no worries. Item number 2, 164, that was a JF.
Yep.
Item number 4, 361 was a JF.
Yep.
Item number 5, 424 was a JF. Item number 7, 440 was a JF. Item number 11, 5372, surprisingly was a JFS, and that was also on the consent calendar. And item number 13, 5393 was a JFS.
Okay. So I am a yes on the consent calendar.
Your name.
Oh, Representative Curry, yes to the consent calendar.
Perfect. Thank you. All righty. Let's see. Then we need, let's see. Okay. So item number 1, 163, you have voted on that. Okay. Let me just go through and see what you need. Item number 3, you voted. You voted. You voted. Okay. Item number 9, 5211. That was a JF.
Is that passing currently?
It's, let's see. Yep. It's passing.
Okay. Representative Curry votes no.
Okay. Item number 10, 5349, an act concerning the timely reporting by the police of a death. That was a JFS.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Okay. Item number 12, 5390 was a JF. Representative.
Yep. Representative Curry votes yes.
Item number 14, 5417, that was a JFS with substitute language. How do you care to vote, Representative Curry?
Representative Curry votes yes.
Perfect.
Is that passing on a bipartisan basis?
There's a few no's. The no's are D's. But there's 4 no's. Those are D's. I do think the problem they had was the GPS monitoring.
Correct. Okay.
But it is passing.
Excellent. I appreciate your time, and I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye. Okay, so we got Curry. Look, I've already got Curry just now. Delaney. Yeah, he missed, I think, just the consent calendar. Riley. Yes, dear Lord, he did. I'll put myself on mute here. Rep. Delaney? Can you hear me, Rep. Delaney? There you are. Hello. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, ma'am.
You just have a few, so you're good. 164, that was, I mean, the consent calendar. I don't want you to miss all those votes on the consent calendar. Do you want me to run down the items that are on the consent calendar?
Yes, ma'am. There's only, I think there's, yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine. No worries. Hold on a second here. Now, where did I put my consent calendar? Okay, here we go. Okay, item number 2 is on the consent calendar, 164, and it's a JF. Item number 4 is on the consent calendar, 361, and that is a JF. Item number 5, 424, is a JF. Item number 7, 440, is a JF. Item number 11 is a 5372, is a JFX, that substitute language. And item number 13, 5393, is also a JFS with substitute language. How do you care to vote on the consent calendar, Representative Delaney?
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Perfect. Okay, so that took care of a big chunk of it there. Now, and I think you just, not that much. Let's see, I think there was just one more. Hold on a second. Let me just double check.
I think it's 5417.
Okay, Luke just went through and was checking, so let's get to that point. That is correct, 5417, that was a JFX, item number 14. How do you care to vote on that, Representative Delaney?
It's a hard one.
I know it is, and some other people had some problems with that GPS monitoring, so that was, I think, the concern of 4 other people. Mostly everyone else voted affirmatively, but I get, your choice. I'm not trying to sway you. I'm just telling you how other people had voted.
Oh, and I'm not taking it that way.
Okay, good.
Although I disapprove of the language as it currently stands, I think that symbolically this is an opportunity for us to get back to normal. And by normal, I mean our ability to communicate and work with each other. So
yes,
in the
absolutely.
interest of cooperation, as Representative Delaney votes yes.
Well, that's very collegial of you, Representative Delaney. And I think if there was Senator Winfield closed out the conversation regarding that bill, talking about how, it's never over till, the very end. And they're all works in progress, but at least we've gotten much farther than it was anticipated at the beginning of these conversations. So I think it's a good start. So thank you for that. So you're all set, and we are not having a meeting tomorrow. We will have a meeting on Thursday. So stay tuned, and I will be sending you a link.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye now. Have a good evening.
You too, ma'am.
Thanks for joining.
Happy to be here.
$52.11. Yeah. It was close, but not close enough where I think Representative Curry had the liberty to vote how he wanted to on that one. Not that we were twisting his arm, but last time I counted it was like 1420. 2014 rather. So it's getting out committee. We got a minute left.
Anything from Harley yet?
No, looks like he's gonna be an absent unless he can get here. He's too late. Okay, done. All right, so let me just close up the meeting. Okay, hello all. It is now 5 o'clock, and per the order of the chairs, the meeting is now concluded. The Judiciary Committee meeting for Tuesday, March 29th, is now ending. Thank you all. We'll see you on Thursday. Thank you. Bye-bye now.